Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Sunday, February 12th, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. It is Super Bowl Sunday. Kansas City Chiefs versus the Philadelphia Eagles, live play-by-play reactions with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. So kickoff will be in roughly 30 to 40 minutes. We'll start getting people kind of getting the snacks and getting the pizza and the wings and the beer and all the different snacks ready for, obviously, the pregame, which is kind of starting off right now. And here we are, John in the building. What to do? We're going to start getting people trickling in, and I got a lot of photos prepped here as well, and I'll kind of cycle through. It took me about an hour and a half of prep. It's going to be a good matchup. Like I said, the Eagles are the better team. The Chiefs are the underdog. There is a little bit of a liability on the O-line, the D-line, the defense, the secondary, and the running game with the Chiefs. The Eagles are very well-rounded, don't really have a whole lot of weaknesses, but it all depends on game flow, and it depends on the O-line and D-line, the battle in the trenches. And if one defense can get to a quarterback and get 3 to 5 sack lunches, yum, 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 as well as a pick or two, that is going to be very crucial. And I would not be surprised if each quarterback threw a pick in this game. We will have fumbles in this game by more than likely one of the Eagle running backs. But again, it's going to be very, very close. Shouldn't really necessarily be a blowout. The highest I can see the game going for either team is 10. But other than that, I mean, that would, be like a Uncle Mo in the fourth quarter when they're already up, and then icing on the cake with like a touchdown at the end. But it could come down to maybe a field goal in the end, and maybe we can get a winner by 4 points or less. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. So we got the Philadelphia Eagles, Kansas City Chiefs. I'm going to go down the pictures here as well. Sarah in the building, what to do? I was going to wait a few more minutes, but I was already ready. So let's get to 100 and donos. Super Bowl, right? I mean, this is the accumulation of the 2022-2023 season. Hopefully we'll get a good amount of people to come hang out either for the whole game, stop by and say hello, and we'll see where we're at the end of the day. I think we'll be good. And I'll be here probably for an hour, maybe an hour and a half after the game is over. So that way we can kind of reflect, on the who won, who lost, if anything that we saw. Elliot in the building, what to do? Zini Panini in the building, what to do? Fly, Eagles, fly, baby. What to do? How are you? Bird gang in the building. Yeah, it's going to be very, very close. But again, I think that the media wants the Chiefs to win. All the Mahomes haters have all, turned and circled back, and all the people that hate Mahomes are now rooting for him. But when it comes down to not just AFC teams and NFC teams, I look at it with no bias. I just call it right down the middle. We get really enamored and we get really intrigued, and we fall in love with these Hall of Fame quarterbacks in the AFC. Patrick Mahomes, Kansas City Chiefs. Joe Burrow, Cincinnati Bengals. Josh Allen, Buffalo Bills. Justin Herbert, Los Angeles Chargers. But the one thing that we fail to kind of, remember is that it's not just about the quarterback. It is a team game, 11 on 11. So usually when I'm looking at making a decision on who I think is going to win the game, if you have Mahomes and Burrow, you're always going to have a shot. If either one of those guys goes to the Super Bowl, and even if they lose, they're going to give everything they got. And typically, if the Chiefs or Bengals lose a Super Bowl, right, even if the other team is, much, much better, they usually are so fucking good most of the time, right, or they can rally, where they're only going to lose maybe by a field goal or less, even if the other team is more well-rounded. Now, let's remember, the NFC has won the last 2 Super Bowls. Our teams are no joke. I played Patrick Mahomes in 2020, Buccaneers, Chiefs, right? And we made him scramble and gamble. Didn't even throw a touchdown pass in that game. Defense wins championships. O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. Not quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end like everyone else. So, you have to look at it like that. So as you flip it over with the Eagles and you look at them, with the O-line, the D-line, the defense, the coaching, the play calling, all the check marks, kind of fall into line where the running game should be a little bit easier for Philadelphia. Offensive line is better. Defensive line, you got Hassan Reddick, you got Fletcher Cox up there, but we already know Chris Jones, Frank Clark, and, George, Carl Laftis, they can kind of push, but we don't really know. It seems like maybe the Eagle D-line is more consistent, but the Chiefs D-line can come to play, and when they do, they typically win, right? And then obviously with the secondary, we've had some issues with the Chiefs and their youth movement and whatnot. But dictating the tempo is going to be very, very key early and often. Obviously, the Eagles and Chiefs, as we know, when they're tied or when it's close or when they're ahead, their play calling is a little bit different. Kansas City tries to kind of, step on the throttle and try to blow you out. Eagles will do the same, but usually the Eagles will do it by running the football and playing good defense. And we'll see if the Chiefs defense steps up. If the Chiefs defense does not step up today, they will lose. They have to have kind of a mirrored performance like they did against Cincinnati to give them a shot at the end of the game to either get on a drive to tie or get on a drive to win. So it is going to be really key there. Most of the check boxes, O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling are for the Eagles. You could argue coach and play calling. You could go here. You could argue that, definitely for sure. And that will balance out the lack of a running game sometimes, the lack of a pass rush sometimes, the lack of the secondary making big plays sometimes, unless you play a Super Bowl caliber team. And then sometimes that's just not enough. But what will we get today? We will find out. Let's go over some of the photos that I have prepped for you guys. I want a good game. I don't want to blow out. I know even 10 points sounds like too much. I'm really hoping it ends up being by 4, 3, 2, or 1. Like I'm very, very close. So I'm definitely excited about that. Let me see here. No worries. No worries. I think a lot of people are, going to be stopping by and saying hello. No worries, man. Hey, yeah, everyone, but, the Buccaneers and the Rams, we both had the defense, right? So you had to look at O-line, okay, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling on top of the Cooper Kupp and Stafford kind of connection and whatnot. So really the defense, though, at the end of the game, Aaron Donald made the big plays at the end, and obviously defense wins championships. So we'll see how the game flow goes. I haven't gotten many Super Bowls wrong in the last 20 to 25 years. That is big facts. I have a pretty good streak going. And it's not like I don't think the Chiefs can win the game. I definitely think that they can pull this game off and win, especially if they get off to an early lead and control the lead in the first half. That'll give them confidence and momentum, even if the lead is only 14-10 or if it ends up being 13-6. 13-7, something like that, but just a little bit of a lead. That definitely will bring them the confidence, but we'll see if that ends up happening. But the Eagles are so well-rounded, O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. They do remind me of the Rams and the Buccaneers, and I do have the Eagles winning today. So I do think the Chiefs fan base and the Eagle fan base are the two most supportive fan bases, but I have to call it with no bias, and it would be hard-pressed for me to go against the Eagles with the O-line, the D-line, the defense, the coaching, the play calling, how Jalen's played all year, the depth, adding the Ndamukong Suh there at the end, like in November. For me to be able to go for Mahomes would go against everything that my philosophy as far as like defense. But I do understand if you do have Mahomes or Burrow, or maybe even a Josh Allen or Herbert one day, that may be good enough where they will win some. Because of their spectacular play and athleticism. I know this, but this Philadelphia team seems to me that they're very deserving. They seem like the Rams and the Bucks, and this Chief team kind of reminds me of the Bengals of last year. They had a very great elite quarterback. You got, really good weapons. Kelsey is like the Jamar Chase. They're going to score points. You know what I mean? But there's some weaknesses there, offensive line issues. Maybe the lack of a running game with Kansas City. Are they going to be able to run with Pacheco Clyde Edwards-Helaire is not going to play, even though he was activated off the IR. So we'll get a little bit of Rojo, third string, and then you're going to get Jerick McKinnon and Pacheco. But can they run on this Eagle defense? We know the Eagles can run on anyone. So you bet your ass they're going to be able to get yards with their 3 running backs, okay? I already know you're going to get yards here with Miles Sanders. You're going to get them here with Kenneth Gainwell, Boston Scott, and guess who their 4th running back is? Oh, let me show you, Jalen Hurts. So, but what are you going to get here? What are you going to get here? That's the key. Because if you can't have balance, it's going to make the play calling a little bit more difficult. We already know Juju has a good chance to get a touchdown tonight. We already know Travis Kelce has a good chance to get 1 or 2 tonight. But if you want to win the game, you have to have balance. You have to be able to have a running game, and be able to open up the passing game. You just can't rely on Mahomes to do everything the whole game and just run for his life. So when you can have balance, that opens up the play calling. So we know the Eagles like to run the football, play good defense, and it just seems like most of the check marks, are in their favor. Obviously, the play calling and the head coach are good for Philadelphia. We might have a new Colts head coach, Steichen. It sounds like that might be it. And like I said, I think the Chiefs are good enough to compete, good enough to win. But with the injury to Mahomes, this is going to put his legacy on another tier if the Chiefs win. Because if the Chiefs lose, it's okay. You have 3 Super Bowl appearances, 2 losses, but you're going to be getting to many more before your career is over, more than likely. There'll be a few more to make up ground to either get to 500 or to win 3, lose 2, something of that nature. You're going to get more. But with the high ankle sprain, Kelce had the back spasms a few weeks ago. Looks like he's okay. O-line is a question mark. Running game is a question mark against this defense. Defensive line is a question mark. I know you have Chris Jones, right? But is Frank Clark and is George Karlaftis going to join you today? We don't know. Are you going to play as good as you did against the Bengals? And if you do, then you can win the game or definitely keep it close at the end. And then the secondary is a question mark for me as well for Kansas City. They have a lot of young guys. When they feed off each other's energy after getting to the quarterback early, then you get those tipped interceptions and they start making plays like they did against Joe Burrow. But the thing is, with the Eagles, their defense is like a 10, just like the Niners and the Cowboys. Normally, the Kansas City defense is like a 7. Right? But sometimes they play like an 8, and then they played like a 10 against Cincinnati last week. Can we get back-to-back 10s out of Kansas City? And if we do on defense, they're going to have a shot to win the game at the end or, take the lead at the end. But let's go over some of the photos that I have today. That's kind of my philosophy on breaking down the film and seeing how things go. All right. We got Jalen Hurts. We got Patrick Mahomes. Let's go down some of the photos we have here. I got Patrick Mahomes, Patrick the Clone Mahomes flexing, pointing to the best fans, the NWSF. I love you guys. And then we got Isaiah Pacheco. I tried to get all the HD 4K stuff for you and a couple for each guy if I had quality ones. And we got Jerick McKinnon, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, but it sounds like he won't be playing, so I'll have to pull up a Rojo. I might as well do that right now. DeMar Hamlin there. That's cool. Let's see. All right, I got the Ronald Jones. So we'll probably see a little bit more of him. And then we got Juju Smith-Schuster. Don't be surprised if he gets in the end zone today. MVS, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Justin Watson, Kadarius Toney, Sky Moore. I'm going down. I went with a lot of people on here. And then I'll go through the injury report for you guys as well. Travis Kelce. Chris Jones. Who? Chris Jones. Who? Chris Jones. Frank Clark. George Karlaftis. Nick Bolton, Willie Gay, Harrison Butker, Tommy Townsend, the best duo in the game, Mahomes and Kelce. They're like, how do we game plan? It's not impossible. I just feel if their defense was a little bit better and their running game, offensive line was a little bit better, then it would be. But it shows you, even a lot of people in America, they're like, well, their defense isn't very good. They can't run the ball, but they got Mahomes, so they're going to win. I mean, that's what, and all those Mahomes haters, now they're like, yeah, fuck the Eagles. I'm going to go Mahomes. But like I said, for me, I don't have any bias necessarily for either one. I mean, these are the two biggest fan bases that support me. I can't really just do one or another and tell people what they want to hear. I got to be honest with myself and, my inner gut feeling. And I think Mahomes' legacy is going to go to a whole nother level if they win with Kelsey. But I just think with the Eagles, they're more well-rounded. It would take them to play a terrible game, in my opinion, to lose the Super Bowl. They have so much depth. But you are going against one of the kings. And you're already looking at him right there, Andy Reid, one of the best of all time. And then you got one of the best play callers here of all time, too, with Eric Bieniemy. Chiefs. And then we got another graphic here. Andy Reid, Mahomes, Kelsey, Travis Kelsey, Jason Kelsey, Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown. Let's go. Chiefs. Eagles. Fly. Eagles. Fly. We got Jalen Hurts. And like I said, you got to have a well-rounded team. It's always team effort. It's never about quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. That's what the media wants to make you believe, that those are the most important positions in football. They market those positions. Those guys get a lot of money. But as we know, if you really know football, really know football, more than just Madden, it's O-line, D-line are like the gasoline in the Bentley, the gasoline for the Lambo. If you got the Lambo or you got the really nice Ferrari, right, which it could be either of these teams, but if the O-line ain't working and the D-line ain't working, you're not going anywhere, okay? And that's a really big thing. So I feel that the Eagles are the better running team. The O-line is better. D-line, you could argue, is better. I mean, sometimes the Chiefs with, Chris Jones, Frank Clark, and George Karlaftis are right there. But Eagles are – Hassan Reddick is playing just as good as Chris Jones. Some people might say Hassan Reddick is even playing better than Chris Jones. Don't be surprised if those guys get some sack lunches today. And let's be honest, if we go through the MVPs, right, the last 9 times a regular season quarterback won the MVP, okay, the last 9 times. What do you think has happened? All 9 have lost, which means, scripted or not, that would mean that the Philadelphia Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl and Jalen Hurts is going to be your MVP. Am I saying that he's going to be an MVP? Hello, Jalen Hurts could be your MVP. So, I mean, we can have Mahomes break that curse and, be the first quarterback to win the regular season MVP and win the Super Bowl MVP. But when it's happened 9 times, coincidence? I think not. And we may have to see what happens here. And I know it can be closer than people think. I don't think we're going to get a blowout on either side. At least I hope not. We want a quality game. Miles Sanders, like Josh Jacobs and a lot of guys, entering contract years. And they want to be able to establish themselves. A lot of Eagles fans gave up on this guy, but he had a very good year this year. Played dedicated, played motivated. Offensive line played brilliant. And let's be honest. The Eagles have been the best team all year with people hating and moaning and bitching and whining, right? I knew they would be first place in the NFC East, right? And I knew they could get to a very big win total. But when you look at the records of 14-3 and 14-3, do the Chiefs really feel like a 14-3 winning team compared to the Eagles and what they had? Yeah, they had some losses with Minshew at the end of the year for Kansas City to catch up and tie. But this team easily could have lost 1 or 2 games this year. I mean, you're crazy to think not to. I watched all the games all year. For maybe a week or two, the Chiefs or the Bills were the best team in football. But for a good majority of probably 14 to 15 weeks, it was the Philadelphia Eagles. And when you can run the ball and play good defense like the Niners and certain teams like Tampa and teams in years past that have that philosophy, right, it's going to open up everything else. Miles Sanders, I see you. Kenneth Gainwell, he gives you a little bit of burst with athleticism, and he's a little bit of a bruiser back at times. Boston Scott the same. Maybe not as fast, but he can run you over. So they got 3 different guys that they can run the ball with, just like when they won the Super Bowl in 2017 when I was, my first year on the channel. I told people that Eagles were going against Tom Brady and the Patriots. And I said the Eagles were going to win, and they were going to win big, and everyone laughed at me. Besides Eagles fans, and even them, they probably thought I was crazy. And then, lo and behold, the game ended. I said they're going to win by 9 or 10. They did. Eagles fans have been riding with me ever since. But again, it's just being able to, have that gut feeling. And if I do get the Super Bowl winner wrong, it's going to be the first time in 20, 21, 22 years that I've gotten one wrong. My streak is pretty high. I'm like the fucking Undertaker. Is this my time to get F5'd by Brock Lesnar, aka Patrick Mahomes? Maybe, but maybe I'll be right. And this will be like my 22nd year in a row of getting the winner right. So we'll see. But I don't get Super Bowl winners wrong that often. And the crazy thing is, I've never bet on one. I probably should start doing that, right? Especially if I could have gotten even if I bet $50 every Super Bowl, I would have won last 22. So, I'm not going to be able to get the scores. I don't have the ESP on that exact, I don't have the almanac. I'm not, Back to the Future, but normally I can predict who's going to win. And sometimes when I'm feeling froggy and really confident, or I get a message from the sports gods, I'll say something fucking crazy, like Eagles winning big by 9 or 10 with slick Nick Foles, a backup against Brady. And then it happened. So this is going to be very interesting. Don't be shocked if Jalen, doesn't go for 3-4 touchdown passes. Probably not going to happen. He'll probably cap out with 2. The most I could see him having in the game is 3, but realistically, maybe more like 1 touchdown passing, 1 touchdown running, and either he'll fumble or maybe Miles Sanders will fumble, based off the defense. There's going to be a fumble somewhere between the quarterback or one of the running backs, but they have the depth, just like they did when they got Jay Ajayi, that little cherry on top. And it does really show you how important a true number 1 receiver is to a franchise to take that next step. And A.J. Brown, you had Devontae Smith. He won the Heisman, but he's kind of undersized like a Steve Smith, right? And to have all that pressure of winning the Heisman and being an undersized receiver, he's not a true 1. He's always a 2. And now he doesn't have to be a pretender 1. He's like, thank God we got a guy in free agency. Thank God we got a top 10 receiver like DK Metcalf. Some people would prefer A.J. Brown. You saw what he did on the Titans. You saw what he did on the Eagles. The guy can score once or twice, sometimes 3 times in a game. He is the real deal Holyfield. Don't be surprised if A.J. Brown gets in the end zone today as well. Devontae Smith should come up with a couple big grabs, and I would assume that Dallas Goedert, we're going to see a little bit of him. Don't forget about Quez Watkins. I got all the photos here, baby. I got one of Dallas here. I got another Dallas there. And then we got to go defense, right? I can't leave any of the defensive pieces out, too. We got a brand new Brandon Graham, like that jersey. We got the Fletcher Cox, future Hall of Famer. Arguably the best player on the defense probably right now. Just the guy right now that could have definitely been up for an award. You had Micah Parsons. You had Nick Bosa. Hassan Reddick has played fantastic. And to imagine to have him play linebacker, middle, outside, moving him around, why not just put his fingers in the dirt and have him run up on the D-line? That's what he's done this year. That's what he should have done his whole career. And now they're able to reap the benefits. Big play Slay, Darius Slay, always making big plays, baby. And then we got Jake Elliott. Ooh, baby. Could be the winner. Him or Harrison Butker, Nick Sirianni. Eagles fly. Eagles fly. Let's go. Let's go, baby. And if any of you guys have a Twitter, do me a solid, like and retweet the live stream since I'm live on Twitter as well. It will definitely help. It'll get us 30 to 300 more people. Some of them will watch exclusively on Twitter. Some will actually hop in because they can't comment or donate on Twitter, but they can kind of spy and watch. But hopefully we can get some of those people to kind of cross over. And I'm ready. I'm ready to go. This is going to be good. We got the entrance and the walkout. Kansas City Chiefs, Philadelphia Eagles. And I love the Chiefs. So for me to go against them is tough. Obviously I love the Chiefs. I love the Chiefs fan base. Same thing with the Eagles and the Eagles fans. I have very good rapport and very good connection with both. But again, as amazing as the quarterbacks are, all in the AFC, we're always going to be enamored by Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, and Herbert. It's always going to be that way. But what does their defense look like? What does the running game look like? And more importantly, what does the O-line and D-line look like? And what are the coaching matchups? Who's calling plays? That stuff matters. But we only get, the big Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Jalen Hurts, like the A.J. Brown. People wanted to see like the offensive pieces. But the real heroes and the real MVPs are those guys up front. The guys up front that play the best, the O-line and D-line, that's going to win the game. O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. That is my MO. People will steal that from me in the future. It's never, never, ever about quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. It never is. You know what I mean? Those guys are there. They can make plays, but usually they're not the deciding factors overall. Sometimes a quarterback can be, but what made him get to that point to give him time? Probably the O-line, blocking like madmen, opening up holes for the running back. I do like the jerseys for the Chiefs, though, with the white and then with the beautiful logo, the Super Bowl logo, and then the AFC patch on the other side. The Chiefs have a very, very clean Super Bowl jersey. Let's go. And Holly is there. But I appreciate every single one of y'all. And I'm hoping that we can have a good turnout today, and hopefully we get some good support. Last few streams have been a little bit of a struggle. We had one good stream and I think 3 that were challenging, that were a little bit under the than normal, and so I think that we should be able to get off to a good start. It's Super Bowl. There's got to be people that come here and show love for all the hard work that me and Sarah have done throughout the season, and how great you guys were in the chat all year too. We got our first dono, and of course, it's Zini Panini. I appreciate you very, very much. And usually when we can get that first donation within the first half hour, it really makes a big difference. The longer you wait, the chances are it's going to be harder for you to get to a good number unless people start, the trend early and follow suit. When someone sees someone, then it leads to another. But if no one's doing it, it takes someone to step up. So thank you, Zini. I appreciate you. Not only a $5 dono, $10 dono, no, not $20, not $25, $35 dono to get it started for Super Bowl Sunday. Fly, Eagles, fly. Thank you so much. And you already know what I'm going to do, what photo I'm bringing up. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, $35, $65 to go to get to our first initial goal. And then once we hit that, then we'll try to get to 200, and then we'll try to hit that number. Let me get you a Brian Dawkins, and I think I need to get Paisley out of the bedroom. I think she's getting aggressive or bitey towards the girlfriend there. Let me get you a slick Brian Dawkins, because I already know you. Oh, she's already out. What are you doing, Paisley? Are you being bad? Paisley, are you being a bad girl? What's going on? Are you being bad? It's Super Bowl Sunday. I promise. We went for a walk this morning when it was so chilly. It was like 8 in the morning. Okay? Maybe we'll go for another walk a little bit later. Appreciate you. $35 dono. Fly, Eagles, fly, baby. Let's go. I appreciate you. Good old B-Doc, right? Always never go wrong there. Yes. And like I said, a lot of you guys are so loyal to me. I know there's a lot of other people that are more popular, that have more subs. I get it. There's certain markets for certain sports, especially NFL. There's so many small channels, medium, large, and then the really super popular people. It's definitely cutthroat, but I feel that what we provide here is different than anywhere else. And some people can come and go freely, but usually they end up coming back here. And we don't have a lot of toxic people also. And I think that's a good benefit. A lot of streams, they have so many people. The mods are working overtime. They can't even enjoy themselves in the room or the game. And I will never let that be the case here. We want to make sure that we can enjoy the game, talk with each other. If I got to do the Hollywood Hogan boot, if someone's being an ass, right? Me and Sarah can do this. Hey, what's up, bro? Boom. Right? Stone Cold Stunner, Hollywood Hogan boot, and then we can talk our shit and then point at some people and say, see you later. Hasta la pasta. Oh, yeah. But we don't got to worry about that. We got a good room with good people. Zini, I appreciate you very, very much. Right now, I got some sun chips, French onion. I got pizza. Some garlic chicken pizza, breadsticks, a couple Snapples that are frozen, Mango Madness and Kiwi Strawberry, pre-rolls galore, all kinds of stuff. And then I got a chance to hang out with Paisley. We went for the early walk. Saw Jeff at the store. He's off now, so I'm glad that he might even stop in. I'm not sure what he's planning on doing because sometimes people, they're not used to watching the game with other people. It's like you're either about YouTube or Twitch or you're not. You're either a part of our world or you're not. Like when you get other friends, that just watch the games and they don't watch anyone online. It's like it's either you're a part of the clique or you're not. And hopefully we get more and more people to explore what options are out there, other than just what's on TV and podcasting. Because as we know, a lot of the stuff on TV and podcasting could be better. I do like the commercial with the Breaking Bad. I'm not sure if you guys saw the Breaking Bad commercial, but they got Tuco in there. That one will be good. I've seen that one already, but I know the commercial should be pretty good. We got Rihanna, first performance in 7 years. I mean, I'm a hip hop guy, but I don't know how that's going to go. I mean, she may be really, really good. It could be okay. I doubt it'll be terrible. And I would assume that maybe A$AP Rocky, obviously, she had her son with him. Maybe he'll be a guest. Maybe it'll be Drake. Maybe, you don't really know because it just depends on what songs she wants to do. But it sounds like there will be a mystery person there. I'm never really big on the halftime performances, but I have a lot of friends that are girls that are like, yeah, I only watch it for that. And they're watching like the Puppy Bowl, unless they're actually fans of the game, which we have some of those, like you guys in the room as well. So thank you. Appreciate that. There we go. Now we're already halfway there. Thank you. And like I said, 1 will lead to 2, 2 will lead to 3, 3 will lead to 4, and then we'll just keep on keeping it moving. Thank you. $15 dono. Appreciate you. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $50. 50 to go. 150 to hit the goal after we hit our initial goal. Thank you so much. You want a Steichen photo? Steichen. And like I said, we were talking about coaches where you could be maybe a Steichen or a Bieniemy, but since Bieniemy has been sort of in the burner, it's like, well, we know that he's been offered, but it's like sometimes you just don't really know. Is he going to actually take a job or stay? His smartest move would be stay in Kansas City no matter what. I don't care what head coach job opening opens up. I would rather stay there and just be me than go somewhere and then get pointed the blame after a year, get fired, and then have to come back. And I would hope that the Kansas City would want them back, because at some point when Andy Reid retires, and if Bieniemy's not there, then what? You know what I mean? Then what does that mean for this? It's not going to be the same. To act like it's going to be the same for these two after he's gone is ridiculous. It could be good, depending on who else is available, but to act like this guy isn't one of the best of all time, and this guy is one of the best of all time already, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting, baby. Let's go. Super Bowl. What do you want to see? Do you want the Steichen? $50. Thank you. There we go. And that's what we needed. You know what I mean? We don't really know how many people we're going to get coming through. Lots of competition. I get it. But it doesn't really bother me. I'm kind of used to it now. I just hope we can get more people, even if it's just people stopping by and just saying hello. It's been a long season, and always to see people. I know, and I get it. I know sometimes people are with their families and their friends, and they're just drunk and they're just out of it, and they're not going to be in front of maybe they'll hop in on their phone later. But sometimes people are just partying, and I totally get that. It just depends on how you want to spend your Super Bowl, with people, or if you're at like a place, or if you're hosting or something. So totally get it. I think that we are going to have a good night tonight, though. I think we are going to have a good night. All right, let me try to get a couple more Brian Dawkins here for Zini, and then I'll get a Steichen. The baby phase. What a great opportunity for both of these franchises too. Everyone knew that everyone knew the Chiefs were going to be coming back. Right? Everyone knew the Chiefs were going to be coming back with Patrick Mahomes, but how many people really thought that the Eagles would be back this soon, after 2017? We already knew that they could win the division, but they definitely went the extra mile, and it shows you what happens when an O-line and a D-line are clicking. The A.J. Brown-Jalen connection was good. It's just a masterpiece, just putting a team together, and there was only one team that went all in. Only one team that went all in. And if they lose the Super Bowl, it's a failure. And it's the Philadelphia Eagles. Even, if Kansas City loses, like they're kind of hobbling in. It's not like they're fully healthy. back spasm, high ankle sprain, question marks on the O-line, the running game, and the defense. But still, with that being said, they found a way, that it wasn't fucking Burrowhead, and the defense stepped up, and that's the key. You always are going to get great here, fantastic here, unbelievable here, right? But the real question mark is, what are you going to get from Willie Gay, Nick Bolton, George Karlaftis, Frank Clark, Chris Jones? He brings it. That's one guy you can't even really say anything about. It's like him and Hassan Reddick, there's nothing you can say, period. These guys are going to bring it, and if each guy gets a sack to 3 sacks tonight, don't be shocked. You know what I mean? They're the real deal. But what about the supporting cast? And I just feel the secondary for the Chiefs is really young. At times, they play like a 7 as a unit. They played like a 10 against the Bengals, and they found a way to win at the end of the game or be down and catch up with great defense. But if the Chiefs don't play good defense, that's going to be the deciding factor. O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. But I think the pressure, maybe the pressure is a little bit more on the Eagles based on how great they were all season. But I feel that they remind me, just like Tampa Bay and the Rams and NFC teams, we have better defenses. It's facts. Eagles, Niners, Cowboys, previously Rams, Buccaneers. And when our defenses are good, our defenses are damn good. We know that, even if you have Mahomes and Burrow, you're still going to be able to move the ball, and you will get some points, right? But at some point in the fourth quarter or third quarter, the defense that has the elite defense will make the big play or the play at the end of the game, like Aaron Donald, or just with the Buccaneers when they were chasing around Mahomes all day, which is kind of crazy to think that when the Bucs played Mahomes, that they didn't even throw for 1 touchdown pass. To think that they had, Kelsey and Tyreek and Mahomes, number one, and they still couldn't do it. So, and I know the offensive line was injured. I'm not stupid, and that's a big part of it. If your offensive line gets hurt, you don't repeat, and that's what happened with the Chiefs, with their guys. And that's what happened with the Buccaneers, with my guys, with Tristan Wirfs and Jensen. You got to be able to have your 2 guys up front. And if you don't have Mitchell Schwartz and Eric Fisher, even though those guys maybe not like Hall of Famers, they were the 2 best on that line. And if they were there, I guarantee Mahomes would have thrown for at least 1 or 2 touchdown passes. But sometimes people fail to think about, O-line, D-line, like, it doesn't matter. They got Mahomes out there. Fuck it. It's, but real ballers and real people of the game. Okay. We understand it's a little bit deeper than that. So Mike's in the building. How are you? Okay, I got to get another Brian Dawkins here for Zini. And then we'll get Steichen. Let's go. It's the Kelsey Bowl, baby. And if you remember Jason Kelsey's Super Bowl, I did a reaction video to his Super Bowl speech a couple years back, the first year of the channel. Incredible stuff. And I've only watched one parade in entirety besides Tampa's. And who do you think that was? It was the Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah, Skinner, I'll send you a message. Or if you want to do that, I let me see one sec.
the Super Bowl live at the FanDuel Kick of Destiny. And you're not nervous? Please.
Shane Steichen. So that's going to be the new head coach. All right. Let me see. Man, you've been living under a rock, Matt. I can definitely tell the people that have been a part of this channel and people that have not been a part of this channel. Because if you were here within the last couple years, you would know that.
If I don't know Kenny's order, then I don't know Kenny. His order is a 20-piece chicken breast nugget. He likes a quarter pounder.
Yeah, but it's been years. I'm solo, bro. And it's been years, like 2 or 3 years. It's not like recently.
Yeah, Emily, why don't you talk to my partner? Animal Control premieres this Thursday on Fox.
Okay, let me see. Where are you? All right. All right, check your Instagram, Amanda. Joseph in the building, my boy Joe, baby. Yeah, nobody gets my notifications. Haters. You just got to assume I'm recording every day. And if you're a fan of the channel, you'll be here. Let's go, baby. Joe, my boy, how are you, bro? What's good? No problem. I got you, Amanda. That should be good to go there. Thank you. I appreciate you. I mean, I get it, sometimes not, having a phone or internet or whatever, but I mean, if it's been like 2 or 3 years since I've recorded with someone, it wouldn't take that long to peep in to see, just saying, it's one thing if you haven't been around for a couple months, but if it's been a couple years, and like I said, with having the amount of subs that I have, they don't give the notifications usually to anybody, but I'm here. I'm always recording. It's not like I disappeared anywhere. I mean, this is my 11th year grinding, 7th year on YouTube, 11th overall. So, and I'm going to keep it moving, and we're going to have a good game today. Mike with a 20. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Mike's getting in on the Super Bowl action. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. This has been a culmination of just all the hard work and the blood, the sweat, and the tears, that we've had to put through this season with me and Sarah. We've had some streams where, we've had incredible things happen. Lots of people in the room, got recommended by YouTube, had 100, 200 people in the room. We've broken records with 10 or 15 people in the room and, hit 1,500 and, some change. We had our single high dono from 500 5 different times to 1,300 and a single dono from Shep. So, even though I don't have, 50,000 subs, 100,000 subs, I don't have 50 in the room or 100 in the room, even when some people have that in their back pocket or have 1,000 in the room, when you can still have 20 people or less sometimes and still hit like really insane numbers. It really does show the love and support that you guys have for me. And to go full time, it took me 10 years. And we're still nowhere near the end goal. But it really feels good to have the right people at the right time hang out with me on a daily basis. I appreciate you guys. $19.98. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. No fingernail sandwiches for your boy. No air sandwiches. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let me know what you want to see. If you want to have some Slayer or whatever you want, you let me know. Good start. And I was really hoping that this was going to happen because, like, I think 3 out of the last 4 streams, I don't want to say we're terrible, but overall the streams are good. But I just based off, I think, people that showed up and maybe where we were at dono wise. So it feels good to get back on track. And I understand there's always going to be, different places, different circumstances. I get it, but it just feels good to get back on track. So love you guys. Zini 35, Sarah 15, Mike with 20. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Tommy Townsend with tails. Let's see what it is. Tails, they won. Chiefs will get the ball in the second half. Eagles will get the initial kickoff here. All right, guys, ladies and gents. Thank you guys for all your love. Thank you guys for all your support. All the shares. If you're on Twitter, do your boys solid, like and retweet the stream. And if you guys can share it on other platforms, if you want to support me that way, it would be greatly encouraged. Anytime we can move up from, even just getting to the next tier, 15 people, 20 people, 30 people. I know it doesn't sound like a whole lot to a lot of people, but it's difficult to be able to get certain amount of people, especially newbies, when they're, not helping you. It's crazy. Like when I first made the initial, post that I was, for YouTube, and it this is when my video is going to be going live. It had me in the top 3 positions. And then within about 5 minutes, it had me down to like 30th. Like, who's going to scroll down if they're going to be looking it up? And instead of, me being in the top 3 or 4, who's going to scroll down to the 30th option and find me? Maybe some people will do it, but, more likely the people that are at the top or in the top couple. It's just ridiculous, and sometimes they'll even have stuff that's old ahead of me. Like, I'm live right now. Why the hell is there a live stream that's old ahead of me? But that's just the game with the analytics and, who they tried to give the favoritism to, which is kind of shitty because all I want to do is have a fair shot to grow. But, it is what it is. So some Iron Maiden.
If you're heated about being overheated, go to whatsbms.com. Come to TurboTax and don't do your taxes. Meet with an expert who will do them for you. So you can do.
And I got all kinds of photos. I got the photos for days.
Into a TurboTax. 100% expert guaranteed.
Says, oh, dog, you got way too many photos. I did so fucking many. So motherfucking many. It's the fucking Super Bowl 57 LVII. Chiefs, Eagles. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Ooh, Iron Maiden. One more. Got to squeak it in. I appreciate you guys. Ah, there we go. There you go. Appreciate you. Anything else that Zini or Sarah or Mike want to see, you just let me know and I got you. Let's go, baby. I'm ready. I am ready. I just hope it ends up being a good game. Let's go through the photos one last time while they're just doing this fucking intro, and we'll go from there. Philadelphia Eagles, Kansas City Chiefs, Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes. Let's get it. Patrick, the clone Mahomes, flexing, pointing, trying to get his team that championship ring. He could get it. Will the running game be effective today? That's a big question mark for Kansas City. Isaiah Pacheco, will you be a factor? Jerick McKinnon, will you be a factor? Ronald Jones, will you be a factor? Big question marks there. Juju Smith-Schuster, I would not be shocked if he gets in the end zone today. MVS, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Justin Watson. Kadarius Toney. Sky Moore. Travis Kelce. Chris Jones. Who? Chris Jones. Frank Clark. George Karlaftis. Nick Bolton. Willie Gay. Harrison Butker. Tommy Townsend. The best duo in the game. Mahomes and Kelce. They're looking. They're trying to find a way. Andy Reid. Eric Bieniemy. Kansas City Chiefs. Oh, the Lombardi. There it is. It's Doug Williams, my boy. Dougie. There we go. That's my boy. And we got the Philadelphia Eagles. Jalen Hurts. Oh, Will Shields. Nice. And we got Miles Sanders. Oh, Carmichael. Nice. Nice. Harold with the flap in the wings. Baby. Kenneth Gainwell. Boston Scott. A.J. Brown. I see you, A.J. Devonta Smith. Quez Watkins. Dallas Goedert. Brandon Graham. Fletcher Cox. Hassan Reddick. Darius Slay. Jake Elliott. Nick Sirianni. And here we are. And then Shane Steichen calling the plays for the E-A-G-L-E-S Eagles. Sounds like he'll be the new head coach of the Colts. All right, here we go. Your boy puts in a lot of work, a lot of effort. I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. Let's have a fucking great game. Mike's in the building. My boy Jake in the building from Texas, formerly from Phoenix, formerly of Oregon, my boy. And here we go. Let's go, baby. It's time. It's time. It's Super Bowl time. No problem. Appreciate you. All right, let's go, baby. Jake, did you end up getting a pizza or wings or ribs flown in from Chicago? Did you end up getting the stuff from, one of the famous pizza places there, like DiGiorno's or one of those places in Chicago, or did you just make something yourself? All right, here we go. First down and 10 and Super Bowl 57, LVII. You got the Chiefs crowd in there, Eagles crowd. Seems like there might be more Eagle fans than Chiefs, but we'll see when we have each team get out there on offense and defense. Hand off to Miles Sanders. Bounces out to the outside. Oh, fumble. Coughed it up, Miles. And if I had to pick one guy that was going to fumble today, it could be here. It could be Jalen, but it might end up being Miles Sanders. Hopefully it ends up not getting picked up for a touchdown if you're an Eagle fan. But running the football is going to be key. And remember, right, like I said, the Chiefs O-line, the Chiefs running game, the Chiefs D-line, the Chiefs secondary, those are question marks. But if they hit on those, this game will be a lot closer than people think, and the Chiefs could win. But if you don't check off those boxes, O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling, this one could be an Eagle win by 1-4, or maybe even by 7-10. We'll find out. Devontae Smith with a catch. All right, Jalen, I see you. Nice catch for Devonta Smith. Yeah, I like the graphics on the screen. I like the patches, on the jerseys. Everything is nice. Third down and 5 on the Philadelphia 30. Let's go. Shotgun set for Hurts. Hurts is built for this moment. He's not Dak Prescott. This is Jalen Hurts. Jalen, nice pass. Woo, big hit. First down, Eagles. Move the chains. He got fucking mollywopped. They said, no problem, no problem, no problem. I'm telling you, and Jalen with his dad, the discipline, him being, a guy when, he was there, and then Tua had to come in and he got benched. Then he had to go to Oklahoma. This guy is built different. I really like me some Jalen Hurts. Mahomes is a different type of quarterback. We know that. Oh, he caught it, but out of bounds. We already know Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league. Right, him and Burrow are the best, and then you got like Allen and Herbert and a few others. But as far as this year, I think Jalen probably was even more deserving of the MVP than Mahomes. But the way the script plays out, it will give the MVP to one guy, and then usually the other guy will win the Super Bowl, and he'll get the Super Bowl MVP, unless it ends up being like a Hassan Reddick thing or something. We could get an MVP from Mahomes, we can get an MVP from Hurts, but if you get regular season MVP, you don't usually get Super Bowl MVP. They've lost. Every regular season quarterback that has won the award that's gone to the Super Bowl in the last 9 has lost. Crazy stat. Pump fake, Jalen Hurts, and that's their 4th running back. Oh, baby. Tightrope that sideline. Tiptoeing in my Jordans. Tiptoeing in my Jordans. Tell him, Riff Raff. Oh, baby. I like it. Telling y'all, Jalen is a special player. Lazy today, Pizza Hut and Wingstop. I don't blame you. I had to go to Safeway. I'm not drinking right now, so I got like, Snapples and, normally like Gatorade. They do buy one, get one free of the Snapple at Safeway. So I'm all over that. I try to buy as many as possible. I got a bag of Sun Chips, garlic chicken pizza, from Bellagio's. Nothing crazy. Hurts, 1st and 10. Woo! I'm telling you, this defense has got their work cut out for him. This offense for the Eagles. Like I said, I hate going against one of these teams just because I really like following these 2 teams and the Niners other than my own. Those were the 3 teams that I followed the most as a kid. And on top of, Tampa, when I decided that they were my team, I was always kind of a Niner kid, but I loved Derek Thomas. I loved Christian Okoye. I loved Randall Cunningham. I loved Brian Dawkins. There was always guys that I followed. Breaks the tackle, 1st down, Eagles. But to act like, some Chiefs fans were like, Eagles didn't play anybody. Well, you're going to find out that the Eagles are the real deal. And, even though the schedule might have been soft, if you have a last place schedule or 3rd place schedule, that's not your fault. Yeah, you have to go out there and win the games. You know what I mean? And I really do think that they would have won still most of the games this year, even against the really, really good teams. They're very well balanced. I'm telling you, it's going to take a gigantic, emotional superhero performance for them to win, because I'm not sure if I believe in the O-line or the D-line with the Chiefs consistently, the secondary, and can they run the ball? I don't know if they can do it against this Eagle team. But I picked Philadelphia to win the Super Bowl before the stream started. I haven't got a Super Bowl winner wrong in 22 plus years. So, and I should have been betting on these Super Bowl picks that I have every year, but I'm superstitious. But I know people will take what I say and bet, and then they usually kick me down some. But at some point, I'm going to be wrong, and it's going to be like Undertaker streak at WrestleMania. Someone will Brock Lesnar F5 me, and I will be the Undertaker, and I will lose, and I will go to 21-1 or 22-1. But I don't know if it's going to be this year. If I can get this one, this will be my, I think, 22nd one in a row. So that's a pretty good streak if you ask me. And I was even able to predict Eagles winning big on the first year my channel started by 9 or 10, and everyone laughed. I didn't laugh. Touchdown, Eagles! Kenneth Gainwell. Fly, Eagles, fly. That was easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And, I feel bad for the Chiefs fans. But, again, remember, it's not like the running game is great. It's not like the O-line is great. It's not like the D-line is consistent and the secondary is great. Like, there's holes there. Just to act like that shit doesn't matter against an elite team. I mean, you think if you played the Bucks, the Rams, or this year's Eagles, that Chiefs are going to win? You know what I mean? Like, we know they beat the 49ers because they had Jimmy. right? But beating the 49ers and losing to Tampa and then playing a team like this, what does this Eagle team remind you of? The Niners with Jimmy? Or does it remind you of the Buccaneer team? Or maybe the Rams team of last year? It's very similar. Offense, defense, and having that balance, but having that elite defense. Oh, looks like they're bringing it back. Oh, it's going to take one more play. And I still think even with them scoring here, right, a field goal or a touchdown, the Chiefs still can come back and possibly win. But, those are my factors. It's like Joe Burrow is the Patrick Mahomes of this year. It's sexy on paper. Even the haters of Mahomes were like, yeah, Chiefs. Like, what happened? You were trashing him online on Twitter all year, and then now you decide to back him after talking shit about him all year? Maybe they have more dislike for the Eagles then. But I like to look at complete teams. O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. That's probably why I've gotten 2021 Super Bowl winners in a row correct. Those things fucking matter. It's all about credibility, and I got it. First down and 10. Jalen Hurts, QB sneak, touchdown, Eagles. Penalty on the play. Offsides defense. I mean, I know it's one of those things when you have a sexy quarterback that we know that it can extend plays, that can make magic happen. Yes, I understand that, right? But what about the running game? What about the O-line and D-line? Are they giving the quarterback extra time, opening up holes for their running back? Are the defense, are they able to get to the other quarterback and, get sack lunches and picks? You know what I mean? What's the secondary going to do? There's a lot of question marks, and anytime there's a question mark, and let alone 4 or 5 for one team and none for the other, it's kind of easy for me to make my decision. Extra point is up, and it's good. Hi, Paisley. I know it's Super Bowl Sunday. Super Bowl LVII 57, Paisley and O-Dog, the best duo in the game, including Sarah Small, the best mod on planet Earth. Huh, Paisley? Nice job. And yes, you could say play calling and coaching could be favored by the Chiefs, but you're starting to realize that this guy's doing a great job, and now you're going to be the head coach of the Colts, and, hopefully that you'll have an opportunity to be there. It sounds like it's going to happen, and there's going to be quite a few people that are up for, new money. So this Eagles team more than likely won't repeat next year if they win. I was looking at the numbers and looking at how many names and also seeing who's up for a contract. They're not going to be able to retain a lot of the guys. Some of the guys the core guys will be there, but there's going to be others that it's going to be a little bit more difficult. But if that wasn't easy enough, I don't know what is. And trust me, you know what I mean? Like I'm not, and it's not just like AFC thing, NFC. I have to look at the quality of the team and the depth. And that's a big part of betting and being able to be right in sports. Sometimes you want to bet with your heart, but you have to think here, not but what I love, like who do I like better? But it's like, of course I like Joe Burrow more than fucking the Rams. Of course I would love for the Bengals to win, but do I actually think they're going to do it? O-line, no. D-line, no. Defense, no. Coaching, no. Play calling, no. And then they got Aaron Donald on the other side with Jalen Ramsey and Von Miller and OBJ and Cooper Kupp and Stafford and, the head ball coach. It's like sometimes there's just too many factors for one team. And the crazy thing is, with all that being said, one team has got all the check marks except for 1 or 2, and the other one's only got 1 check mark, or maybe 1.5 or 2, right? Right? But with that being said, even though one team is David and one's Goliath, right? Sometimes that team that's not as good only loses by like 3 or less. It's wild. It just, it's never, they think, oh, maybe it could be a blowout, but Super Bowl typically there's not a lot of blowouts there. I mean, some of them are. I'm starting to get into some of our Super Bowl commercials here. The big avocado. I just want to be able to see the Breaking Bad one with the chips. Paisley, watch a Puppy Bowl. Yeah. She's been getting kicked out of the the bedroom. For she gets kind of aggressive and bitey and whatnot. So not towards really me though. She just wants attention. 7-0 Eagles fly. 11 plays, 75 yards, 4 minutes and 51 seconds. Hurts with the 1 yard TD run. Let's let O-Dog be 22-0 in Super Bowls. Let's go, baby. I don't even remember what it is. I know it's over 20. It's like somewhere between 20 and 22. I have to actually go back and look at the last one, or when I actually started predicting and keeping track. I think the only Super Bowl that I had a hard time predicting or being confident about, I think it was the Packers one with Aaron Rodgers against the Steelers, where it's like I knew that the Packers more than likely were going to win, but the Steeler team was pretty good, and I just didn't really know what we were going to get for flow of game, but I think that was probably one of the only ones that was really difficult to me. All the other ones usually are pretty easy for me. All right, let's see what Mahomes can do here. 7-0 Eagles are up. If you're an Eagle fan, that's exactly what you wanted to see. Pacheco. And the Eagles are very fast on defense. Fletcher Cox gets his helmet ripped off by one of the players and thrown away. But again, it's all about depth and communication and being able, to have the right pieces at the right time and getting hot and healthy. You don't have to necessarily be the best team, but the hottest and the healthiest. And I'm not sure if the Chiefs are considered hot or healthy. And it's crazy to think they scored the same amount of points. They both had 14-3 records. But for me, it feels like the Chiefs aren't really a 14-win team. Nice pass to Kelsey. There we go. First down, Chiefs. And as long as you have Mahomes and Kelsey, that's going to be one of the X factors. You got the number one quarterback, the number one tight end, and he's unguardable. So he's going to get in the end zone once or twice. You just have to be able to hopefully limit him to under 150 yards. And if he gets 150, make sure he only gets one tutty, not two. Easier said than done, as we know. But that's really the concerns that I had. The O-line, the running game, the D-line, and the secondary for the Chiefs. Those were my big question marks. No question marks anywhere else for the Chiefs. Mahomes, sliding. Nice game there. But again, if you have an O-line that's shaky, we'll figure it out. If you have an offensive running game, a little shaky, they'll try to figure it out. It just kind of made me a little nervous. It's like, when both running backs, from the Chiefs and the Bengals in the AFC Championship game were all like at 20 or 30 yards. You got to get more than that if you want to win, and I don't, you already know with the Eagles running backs, they're going to get over 100 yards combined easy. Pacheco, that's big. Big play by Pacheco. And there we go. I was like, are they going to be able to run? Are they going to be able to run? Apparently, Pacheco's bringing the juice. Pacheco is bringing the juice. That's good. That's a good sign for Chiefs fans. Good blocking up front right there, right? And then you're seeing the burst like a Tyreek. You need to be able to have these type of plays for them to have a chance. And also Jerick McKinnon in the passing game. If we see this today, like we just saw, this will be a lot closer than people think. Nice job so far. Pacheco again. Oh, he slipped. But again, for every one big play that Pacheco has, the Eagle defense is very, very fast. But that's a great thing to see. What's up, Up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's good? Alan. Hybrid in the building. How are you? You're okay, Paisley. You can come in here and hang out with Dad. I promise I'll hang out with you all after Super Bowl. I love you. 2nd down and 8. Mahomes. Pressure. Floater. Open. Touchdown. Travis Kelce. There we go. There we go. If you're the Chiefs, that's exactly what you want to do. There, even Paisley's involved. She loves it. Okay. There we go. And that's what you needed from the Chiefs fans. Nice double move right there, and he fucking juked him. Nice double move. Nice play, and that's what happens. That's the true X factor. I know, Paisley. It's Super Bowl, honey. I know. I know. I know, honey. I love you. I love you. Nice job. See, and anytime you have Mahomes and Kelsey, you're going to be able to do that a few times in the game. But are you going to be able to do it every quarter? Extra point is up, and it's good. And I don't know if they're going to be able to do that every quarter, but at least we have a tie game, and that's what we fucking want, right? You know, just fans of the game, regardless if you give a shit about either team, like just the fact that they rebounded like that, beautiful. That's what we want. Like anytime you're like, oh, Eagles are running away with it again, and oh, hey, not so fast. Here comes Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. Awesome. I don't think I could have written a better script on how the game to start. Neither could have Roger Goodell, huh? Nice job. Way to pull the fans in. No field goals early on. We get fucking tutties right out of the gate. I like that. But that'll be a little concerning for Philadelphia because we already know their run defense is good. But on double moves like that, that was perfectly executed. And, we might see something like that from Juju later on in the second half. But I love it. You know what I mean? And it always gives you a threat. That's why so many people thought the Chiefs were going to win this game. Maybe just a Patrick Mahomes and his legacy, the NFL pushing him. You know what I mean? But I got to be able to do it based off the team, not just one guy or two guys. Or two guys and two coaches. But I do enjoy watching the Kansas City Chiefs more than any other team in the NFL. So, if I'm truly biased, then I would have just went Chiefs and Mahomes just to do it that way. But I just have to keep it honest, keep it real. So we'll see. But I'm glad that the game is tied. And nice job, Andy. Nice job, Bieniemy. And great double move right there. I mean, you got to think Kelsey on any fucking linebacker. I don't give a damn who it is. Or even most safeties or corners. Game over. Game over. Game over. Oh, Paisley. See if I can get another Travis Kelce on here. Well, this is good. I mean, I'm thinking about the past Super Bowls. This is one of the best Super Bowl starts that we've had in a few years. When's the last time we had back-to-back touchdowns like that you can remember? Most of the time people are just drunk as hell, drunk as fuck. They're eating the snacks, maybe not paying attention as much. They're going for the chips and dip. Like, this is like making you have to like pay attention like early. And us hardcore fans are already doing that. Okay, baby. I mean, and it's cool because you get to see Travis Kelce's legacy where when it's all said and done, he may be known as the best tight end of all time. Yes, you have Tony Gonzalez. Yes, you have Rob Gronkowski. Yes, you have Shannon Sharp. I get it. But depending on how many more Super Bowl wins Pat and Travis get together, they're going to climb the ladder of Mount Rushmore as far as the all-time ranks. And maybe both guys are ranked, tight end-wise, Kelce maybe could be 5th or 6th right now. And I mean, just he's climbing the ladder, maybe 4th, 5th. He's moving up, is what we're saying, right? And then Mahomes, he's nowhere even, near being done. But when it's all said and done, Brady, Manning, Montana, Elway, Mahomes. I think it's very possible for Mahomes to be right there as like that 4th or 5th guy. And depending on how good he does, he'll be climbing the ladder of, I'm not sure if he's ever going to get to Tom Brady status, 10 Super Bowls, 7 wins. And you're not going to be able to do Joe Montana because he went 4 times and never lost. Peyton Manning went and won on 2 different teams like Brady did. But you can still, cement your legacy, especially if you go to like 5, win 3, lose 2, something of that nature, or go to 6 or 7. Andy Reid's not going to be there for all of them, so they're going to have to figure that out, as well as Bieniemy, but they got to stretch this combo out forever. 75 yards to 75 yards, just like they had it scripted up, just like the message I got from Goodell when they sent me the script. First down and 10. Good Super Bowl so far. Hurts. Gainwell. And I'm glad that, we're getting some good football because, like I said, I feel with college football and the NFL this year, it let me down. I feel that there was a lot of blowouts and a lot of shitty football, bad refereeing, more than normal, just more blowouts, bad matchups. Just overall, I thought the NFL and college football product could have been a little bit better. And I think college football was actually pretty good. The only thing that gave me the sour taste in my mouth was that horrible natty. You know what I mean? But other than that, it was pretty fucking good. also, regardless of what people want to say, including myself, for everyone that was like, oh, Alabama, finally someone new. And then you realize that other teams that get in over them suck ass when it comes to the big moments. I want Alabama in the 4 every year. I will never say that again, that I want new teams, as far as like the Alabama, Georgia thing. There's certain teams that deserve to be in there. You're going to get Michigan, Ohio State, Bama, Georgia, maybe a Clemson, and every once in a while, maybe another team up there, right? But without Bama in the playoff, it just seems not natural, not normal. And especially if they even have a couple losses, they're still going to have more NFL players from their team than a lot of these other teams that are ranked possibly higher. I mean, Alabama, Michigan, Alabama, Ohio State. I mean, you tell me. I mean, we already know that Ohio State and Michigan are good, but Alabama normally is, even when Alabama had a rough year, still, I will never want others to be replaced by them ever again. They need to be in there. Smith tripped up. And I was one of those people, like a lot of people, that thought, especially if Georgia goes on this big run and we see Georgia, for like 5 or 6 years straight, then I'm like, God. First I had to get Alabama. Now we got this Georgia thing, and stuff. It's like sometimes you just want new. It just sucks when there's like 100 Division I and there's only like 4 teams every year and everyone else is just like, whatever. Everyone else is playing in some shit bowl. But we'll see. Recruiting should get heated up here pretty soon in the next few years, and you're starting to get some of these athletes that are going to other schools. Shotgun set, Jalen Hurts 5 for 6, 59 yards, scrambling, gambling, pump fake, and throws it away. Good decision there. Chief defense playing good. There we go. We got to see the Chief defense. Chris Jones. Chris Jones. And that's what we want to see. Well, it was a double move. I mean, anytime you do a double move and plant and then, and then the guy baits and bites, I mean, it's hard to guard that. Not JT. Eagles. I mean, I could see the game, like I said, going either way, but I just had way more question marks for the Chiefs than I do Eagles. And like I said, anytime you have Mahomes or Burrow or Allen or Herbert, you're going to have a shot. But like I said, I don't look at quarterbacks when I make my decision. I'm the opposite. O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. And that's how I make my decision. The team, Paisley. See if we can have Paisley with a Super Bowl appearance. Well, I haven't got a Super Bowl wrong in 21, 22 years. So, I mean, eventually some people will start recognizing and respecting that, oh, this guy, maybe he knows. Maybe he does have a little ESP. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if my legend grows. I'm trying to have a longer streak than The Undertaker, so. This year, T-Mobile's network won the most national awards. Now this just might make us America's best network. You did so well. Wish they could have said that.
I used to be pretty clueless about shopping. Like when I heard I could save by getting cash back as Rakuten, I was like, as if. And I was like, why can't I do this sooner? You can get cash back on all the fashion at your favorite beauty stores. And on pretty much whatever. Look back there. In conclusion, you have to be butt crazy to shop with that Rakuten. Aren't you a little old for high school? What?
The mist on the lake in the morning. The smell of the campfire at night. The feel of an 8-pound test running through your fingers. And that trip to the store just to get ready for it all. The treasured traditions of an entire way of life. And that makes those experiences priceless. Johnny Morris Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's, world's foremost outfitters, voted America's best outdoor retailer. Save even more and support conservation when you join the club. Stay away from my wife. Acting is the art of making you believe what you're seeing is real. Well, pain is real. friendship is real. The real is real, but it's not real. It's acting. Wow, that's like really good. Or was I just acting? Only way to know is to try it for yourself.
NFL fans, your last chance to win $1 million of Terry's money for free only on Fox Super 6. Just download the Super 6 app on your phone now. And your 6 Super Bowl predictions
All right.
for a chance at
Paisley Pup.
$1
That's my girl.
First quarter, good start. Chiefs will have their second possession today. The fake, Mahomes sets up a screen to Gray.
That's a screen pass to Noah Gray.
To the 40, and you wonder if you're going to see a lot of it because the Eagles have the best pass rush in the NFL this year.
Yeah, what's
Yeah.
special about this Philadelphia front is they're able to generate such a high percentage of the sacks by only rushing 4. So what that does is it keeps the integrity.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like he didn't want to come there either, so he neglected. He said no to the trade, so he ain't coming. He ain't going there because they wanted to trade him there, and he said no. So yeah, there's 0% chance Carr's going to the Saints. 0. Second down and 4. Pacheco. Short game.
Yeah, you saw that graphic and that penalty you see at the end of the play there. So that graphic, I mean, Philadelphia only led the league by a wide margin. They had the third most sacks in the history of the league. You're talking 85, 84 Bears.
Number 74, defense.
It's on Dominican Sue.
Ndamukong Suh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, you'll see Dominican Sue just getting that left hand right up in his face mask to Wiley. Pretty clear there for the official.
Sue was like, what do you mean?
So we're going to get a first down in 10.
And I knew, even if someone gets a little bit older, I knew as soon as we didn't sign JPP and Sue, we were going to be garbage this year. You got to have those leaders, and to act like those guys didn't matter was ridiculous in the front office. Mahomes, wide open. Travis Kelce, first down. Chiefs. And they're going to have to make adjustments because obviously they're ripping them up in the zone, and we're going to have to see if they're going to go from zone to man. Let me see what coverage they're running here. Yeah, they're playing zone. A very flat zone. So maybe they'll have to go to man, but they already know man-to-man. Kelce is going to rip them up. But zone, Kelce is going to rip you up even more. So shotgun set. We haven't seen the Eagles give up yards like that early that often. It happens. You know what I mean? But, you have to have a pretty good offense to match the Eagles defense. You know what I mean? And to catch the Eagle defense, surprised. It doesn't happen that often. I mean, we know the Eagles, the Niners, and the Cowboys all have 10 defenses. The Chiefs defense is like a 7, sometimes plays like an 8, but as of late has been playing like a 10, like they did against the Bengals. And so far tonight, they've been playing pretty good too. I would say they're living up to the challenge right now. So screen pass to McKinnon. Nice play. Mahomes to McKinnon. It's crazy that Greg Olson's doing the Super Bowl here with Burkhardt because next it's going to be Brady and Burkhardt, not next season, but the year after. That way they can get Brady time in the studio to mock call games with someone like Burkhardt. So he's just looking at the monitor and what you would say. And they're going to work with him for a year before they get him on TV. And I think that's the right decision, so that way he can feel comfortable being himself and knowing, how everything works. Oh, almost intercepted on 3rd and 3. The drive stalls. 4th down and 3. If I'm doing it, Kelce's unguardable. You know what I mean? So if you're running a zone, he's going to rip you up. I would probably do a man. You know what I mean? But you just have to be able to understand that the safety and corners are going to help because the linebackers, I don't give a shit who it is, the most athletic, even if it's a Micah Parsons, you know what I mean? Like Travis Kelce can still win that matchup. Darius Leonard, Devin White, even if you have one of the best linebackers, Fred Warner, Bobby Wagner, all those guys, typically the tight end is going to win that matchup, especially it could be one of the best tight ends that's ever lived. By the time his career is all said and done, he might end up being the number 1 tight end ever. So that's facts. Butker. Oh, he missed it. Uh-oh. 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 Doink, doink, doink. Uh-oh. That's not good. That's not good. That could be something that comes back and haunts them at the game. Especially if the Eagles end up winning by 3, 23-20, you're going to remember that and be like, damn, if he just would have made the field goal. Mother sucker. Yeah. I mean, I don't have bias, even though these are the two franchises that support me the most. But again, I have to call it how I see it, and I don't get suckered in by the quarterback, the Mahomes, the Burrow, the Allen, the Herbert. I'm looking at the team that's got the best defense and the O-line, D-line defense coaching, play calling, and that was the Bucs, that was the Rams, and it's the Eagles for me this year. So I'm trying to keep the streak going. But I know there's going to be a point where I'm going to pick the team that's the best team, but the other team has got a Mahomes or Burrow, and they're going to find a way to win. And then my streak will end. But will it end this year? I hope not, because I think this will be 22 that I've gotten correct in a row, which is not easy to do. Most people, can only get a couple in a row right, and then they kind of fuck up and they lose. I mean, picking Super Bowls and picking NBA Finals and Major League Baseball and Stanley Cup, that shit is not easy. Like, you really have to do a lot, and it's more than just, I feel like, luck. For me, and the way that I break down the reasoning is different than a lot of other people. Some people can just throw cash at a team, and they're like, here, and then they win. You know what I mean? But I like to do all the stats and the analytics, and then I feel good about it, and that's why I feel I'm able to be more right than wrong. And a lot of my picks, I feel I'm more accurate than anybody on TV or any podcast or anything else on YouTube, just because I read more and I'm watching more film and I do a little bit more in-depth breakdowns. But again, I can't predict injuries and I can't predict game flow. So those are two things that I can't predict, and that can overturn a win or a loss in your favor or against you. Brittany in the building. How are you? It's funny. Like I eliminated like 300 people from my friend group. And I'm getting slowly but surely a few people trickling in. Maybe they saw my stuff and they would spy on me, but they would never like my video or comment on it. You know what I mean? I deleted like 300 people, a lot of dudes. I still have a good amount of female and male and stuff, but like I said, it's like I at some point I have way too many people in my feed. I feel like that almost with Twitter too. It's like I got so many people that at least they have it broken up in between people you follow and like the main thread. And it sounds like my account is being verified right now. And I know for most people, having an account verified on Twitter is pointless. But if you're running like a business or you're trying to run something like me being my own boss, CEO, and getting that blue check mark, it could probably do a lot more for me than the average person. And maybe just getting someone to tune into me, that maybe was wishy-washy or 50-50, but they see me doing streams, the full stream on Twitter. They see me on YouTube. And so we'll see. I should be able to get an answer here within the next like 3 to 4 days. And then if you're on my Twitter account and you see a blue check mark, then you boy. So we'll see what happens. First down and 10. And then obviously trying to get the check marks on like YouTube and Facebook, if you can work your way up and get those. There's different requirements. And obviously they have Twitter Blue now too. So Hurts with the keeper. Oh, good defense. Thank you, Mike. You're a lifesaver, bro. Mike with another dono. He's making sure we have a great night for Super Bowl. Hi, Paisley. Paisley, sit right here in my lap. Hi. I'm giving you head scratches. Yes. Keeper. Good defense by the Chiefs. Okay, they're playing very aggressive, hitting the holes. I mean, who would have thought that the Chiefs defense is out-muscling the Eagles O-line? Not every play, but they're matching play for play, and that's surprising. That is surprising. It's not surprising? You guys. It doesn't matter how many people I have in the room. I always have a fantastic time. Most of the time we have great support, and I couldn't ask for a better bunch to be able to spend every day with. Bang, bang, $19.82, my boy. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate you. Roll Tide. 3rd down and 4, 7-7. We're knotted up. Offsides. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's see. Offside on the defense. There we go. $10 to hit the first goal, $110 to hit the goal. Let's go. Oh, I'm so excited. You have no idea. I don't know what to do with myself. I don't know if I need to go get a Chase costume, a Chase helmet, which I can't afford. Chase a die-cast car autograph, can't afford. Chase autograph card, can't afford. Maybe I need to get a mustache, a Napa hat. I mean, there's going to be some things I need to get. But money has been tight. My rent went up. Donos have been a little challenging in the last 3 months. So, but sometimes you got to treat yourself. And I guess the next thing I'm going to buy will be shoes because my shoes are worn out from walking Paisley every day for an hour to 2 hours. Short gain there. 35 seconds left in the first quarter and a hell of a good one. Yeah, but once, you can put a lot of guys in the box, Matt, but once Jalen goes over the top, you're fucked because if you don't have any support back there, we already know that the secondary for the Chiefs is suspect, at times. I mean, A.J. Brown, Goddard, and Devontae Smith against the secondary. Who are you choosing? I mean, yeah, I know you got L'Jarius Sneed and you got Juan Thornhill, and there's some guys out there that can make plays, but just be honest with yourself. You know what I mean? If you got A.J. Brown and Dallas Goddard and Devontae, I mean, they kind of have an advantage. But you could also say Kelsey is an advantage against anyone out there. Juju, one-on-one, except if it's maybe Slay. If Slay's on Juju, then, probably I would take Slay because he's a little bit more locked in. But we know Juju's good enough to score today. We got a new Batman movie. I love DC and Marvel movies. So which one is this Batman? Is this who's playing Batman in this? Oh, the Flash. Oh, it's a Flash. 120. So it's, it's like I gotta do that. It's like, dog food for Paisley went up from $18 to $20 for puppy food to adult food, which is like for a small bag, it's like 30, and, cell phone and the bills and stuff. So it's like, if I'm grinding and doing a 4 or 5 hour stream and we're at $20 and then we have another stream the next day and it's the same thing, that kills me, dude. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, I get it. You never know who's going to be here and what's going on, but I can't have too many days of 25, 15, 10, especially if it's one thing if you're doing an hour, then it's like whatever. But if you're doing 4 or 5 hours and you're at that, it's tough. And then you can always have one good one out of 3 and, have like 100 or 200. But we also have to remember, we hit 200 every day for 6 months. And then now, some days we're hitting like 5 to 20. It hurts. You know what I mean? I don't expect every day to be like it was before, but there has to be, hopefully a little bit of a growth spurt that we can get a little bit of help to be able to get more eyeballs on the channel for maybe another potential heavy hitter to join the group. It's a lot of pressure when we only have, 20 people in the room or less typically, but I have faith, you know what I mean? And like I said, we've hit 1,500 with 10 to 15 people in the room. We've hit 500 on single donations 5 times. We hit 1,300 on the highest dono by one person. So it shows you, it's like, even when everything is going against you, and they're not helping you, they're not supporting you, they're not promoting you, no one can find my shit. No one gets the fucking notifications. You can still grind it out. And if you believe in yourself and have a good support system and great people that love you, that support you, that it, all it takes is one person to change a stream, to go from maybe a low number to a big number. So. But yeah, a lot of things are going up. I'm not really looking forward to it, but especially when now things have been a little bit more challenging. Now I got to work even harder. So. All right, second quarter. Hurts all day, going long, going deep, got a man. Woo, baby! Let's go. I had to bust out the dad from 2015, Cam Newton. Woo! AJ Brown, baby. Oh, baby. AJ. And like I said, who would you choose? I just said it about a minute ago. Who would you choose? AJ Brown, Dallas Goedert, right? Or Devontae Smith against that secondary? Case closed. Sports gods are like, oh, we're listening. We're listening, O-Dog. And we're going to show them. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's go. Extra point is up. He ain't missing. It's good. 14-7 Eagles. Oh, baby. I mean, we thought the Travis Kelce one was good. And I'm telling you, McDuffie and everyone else back there, it's a lost cause. You're going against one of the top 10 receivers in the game, period. Same kind of impact as a Travis Kelce, baby. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles. Yo, boy. And I love the traditions from both teams a lot. Same thing with the Niners. Like I said, there's a main reason why I really loved watching, these two teams as a kid, back in the 80s and 90s, and to see where their, franchises were back then and to see where they are now. It's just so fitting that both of these franchises deserve to have this type of success when things were kind of rough back then. They had moments, you know what I mean, but not the type of success that both teams are having now, and that is facts. Will the Thrill in the building, Hybrid in the building. 14-7 Eagles. I mean, the offensive firepower from both teams is phenomenal. You know what I'm saying? Like, Eagles are more of like a running team, right? But then that's how they get you. They run the ball. They got 3 guys and Hurts, so they have 4, right? So they run. And then as soon as you suck up and Spags is like, okay, we're going to go for the sack on Jalen. He's never going to see it. And then Jalen's like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing. Then he audibles over the top, and then you get the touchdown. I mean, there was 2 guys back there. It was 1-on-2. So, but we know Kelce can go 1-on-2, 1-on-3 himself too. But the one thing is the defense for the Eagles is better than the defense of the Chiefs. We just need to see it. We need to see that championship defense. And sometimes it's a bend but don't break with the Eagles. Bend but don't break. You'll give up points, but when it comes to that momentum, Uncle Mo, once he puts his fat ass on the couch, he ain't getting off of it. He's eating all your ribs, all your chicken, all your pizza, all your Ruffles, all your Sun Chips. But we'll see. We'll see where Uncle Mo is. Uncle Mo ain't there yet. 3rd down and 8. Shotgun set for Mahomes. Trips left. Looking left. In the middle. Incomplete. Intended receiver. Juju Smith-Schuster. He says, give me the flag. Where's my flag? Oh, he was held. For sure he was held. Thank you for the dono, Mike. I appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see. If you want to wait till halftime or whatever, you let me know. I know a lot of people don't necessarily care, but I just like to throw it out there. If there's anything specific that you want to see, I want to make sure I take care of you for your support for me. Eagles with the return. And this is where the game is in the balance. Because right now, if you go up 17-7, 21-7, are the Chiefs going to be able to come back? You know what I mean? This is where the game is, now if you're the Chiefs, you need a fumble by Miles Sanders. Like, ultimately, you have to pray to the sports gods that somehow, some way, that you hold him to 3 or a 3 and out, or he fumbles. And then you can, try to, get the momentum back. But at this point, if you get 3 or 7, it's going to be very hard for Kansas City to come back. Will they be able to come back? Of course. They'll be able to make their run in the second half, but no one wants to be down by 7-14 going into halftime. It's facts. Happy Super Bowl Sunday. But I like it. It's being back and forth. So it's like we're getting big plays. I think the one thing is we have to see if the Eagle defense will live up to his reputation, because the Eagles shouldn't be giving up. I know it's Mahomes and I know it's Kelsey, but if they're as good as advertised, I'm not saying they have to be better than the Buccaneers and what they did against Mahomes, right? Because obviously the Buccaneers defense didn't even give up a touchdown. All right. Eagles already did. So, and then obviously with the Niners, their defense was very, very good. Right. But they had Jimmy Garoppolo on the other side, and that might be my new quarterback. Yay for me. Right. So, we'll kind of wait and see on how it goes. But ultimately, they needed Tyreek, at the end of the game to be able to win that game. If Tyreek was not on that team, there is no Super Bowl for that first Chiefs Super Bowl, in my opinion. But it doesn't even matter. Mahomes could be down by 13 or 14 in the fourth, and he could get a couple drives and they could tie it. You know what I mean? But with already the missed field goal, we just have to kind of see how this flow is going to go. But this is a very key point in the game. This drive is it's like something to watch closely. The Chiefs are praying for a 3 and out, a punt, or like a fumble or a pick, some kind of explosive play to get the game back on track. So that way they can get the ball and go 14-10 or 14-14. But the last thing you want is 21-7. If it's 21-7, then they're going to start running the ball. You're not going to be able to stop them. And then this one might get out of hand. And I don't want this game to be out of hand by the second quarter. I want it to be good all the way through. GMC with Will Ferrell as a zombie. Luis Fernando, my boy. What's up, dude? I'm just grinding, man. Just grinding and hustling. Doing pretty good so far. Just trying to grind it out. My rent's going up. Just trying to just put in that work, bro. Just trying to put in the work. How are you doing, bud? 14-7 Eagles. Hello, this is Louise calling on behalf of Verizon. What is your email, bitch? I need all your information. What's your contact numbers? What's your backup email? 14-7. Miles Sanders. Nice gain. Very short there. Come on, Miles. Need more than that, bud. Yes, they both do already. Yeah, he was their starting center in 2017 when they beat the Patriots. That was the first year of me doing the channel. That's how I know. Goddard, don't drop it. Dallas Goedert with the reception. Jalen is 8 for 10. Woo! Use your hands, bud. That's the closest thing to Dallas Cowboys that they can see in the Super Bowl. Dallas got it. And I know they wanted him to in the draft, and the Eagles were like, nope. And they stole him right underneath the Cowboys' noses. Can't have two Dallases. Dallas Cowboys, Dallas Goedert. This wouldn't have been good. Better fit with Philadelphia. 3rd down and 8. I imagine there's some Cowboy fans though in the Super Bowl. 3rd down and 8. Jalen scrambling, gambling, looking like Mahomes. 1st down. Eagles. Move the chains. That was very Mahomes-esque, wasn't it? Look at it. Hikes it. Pressure off the edge by Frank Clark. Whoop. Let me go that way like Mahomes does. Zach Pascal. That's a former Colt.
You don't get to the quarterback. There's tons of holes in the defense. There's a ton of places to go with the ball. It's a third down, great dialed up pressure, and Jalen Hurts just works the magic.
Nice job, Jalen. Jalen, hands off. Gainwell, he's shifty like Pacheco. It's hard to stop these guys in the run. And like I said, it reminds me of the 2017 team. You know, you had Miles Sanders, Kenneth Gainwell, Boston Scott, Jalen Hurts. You know, they had Jay Ajayi and then three others. And, you know, I nicknamed them the Four Horsemen. And I knew that would be a big reason why that they would win. I was like, they got the Four Horsemen, O-line, D-line, defense. I thought if the Eagles play a clean game, they're going to be able to win and win big, and they did. I did not predict Philly, though. I don't think anyone on planet Earth did. So there's going to be a lot of people losing a lot of money today. Maybe that's why I don't bet. You know, maybe I should. I mean, especially if my track record is so good. I mean, I predicted the Stanley Cup and the NBA championship, and I don't even watch those sports. I need to start fucking betting. I need to start doing it. I mean, I don't have extra money to bet, and I don't feel I have an addictive personality that I would get out of control. But I mean, there's ways for me to be able to make money where I could pay for, like, I don't know, thumbnails or cool gifts for you guys. It's just, I don't know. But I definitely feel I get more right than wrong. I mean, no one is going to get every bet correct. You know what I'm saying? Especially like point spread. I mean, straight up, I feel very confident. But with like point spread and all those other, and then like the gimmick bets, you know, that like who's going to get the first touchdown. I feel I can do pretty good on some of those too. Like who's going to get the awards, you know, who's going to get the first touchdown. Like maybe I should start doing like those mini prop bets and stuff. But I don't know what's legal here in Oregon with DraftKings, and then the other one, fumble. Oh, look at that. What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? I told you that fumble was coming. I told you early in the game. I said it was going to be Jalen or Miles Sanders, and there it is. The script is falling into place. Unbelievable. Even my ESP sometimes fucking freaks me out. Fucking A. Wow. You knew the fumble was going to happen, either with Jalen or Miles, and there's one. Will we get another one? And I would assume that Jalen will throw a pick some point in this game as well. And not only do they get it for a score. The ultimate X factor. And that's the type of thing that can help you win a Super Bowl right there. Unbelievable. You fucking kidding me? Wow. Nick Bolton, extra point is up, and it's good. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, sometimes you need a little bit of luck in special teams or defense, and Jalen can't be doing that. But I don't know, for whatever reason, I did feel that. You know, like I said, I usually will get these, visions, or I'll have a dream, or I'll just think of something, and I definitely had a feeling that with Jalen and Miles Sanders, those would be the two guys that would be most likely to fumble today. I didn't know if it was going to be for a fucking fumble for a touchdown, though. Holy shit. What a game. That's unexcusable for the Eagles. I mean, it's like you're just keeping them in the game when you do that, when you could have went up. And the momentum could have been in your favor, but you fucked up right there. And that's going to keep – I mean, the Chief defense is playing like they played against the Bengals, and they're making plays. Some of that was just Jalen fumbling the bag. But still, you got to give Nick Bolton the credit to pick it up, and he didn't get tackled and to go all the way. And those are things that lead to championships or will give you a better chance to win a championship. Unbelievable. I mean, talk about the script just playing out, huh? Unbelievable. Wow. Yeah, but I like I said, I thought with Mahomes, I thought he could throw for a couple touchdown passes, maybe throw one pick. I thought maybe Jalen could maybe throw for one, maybe intercept and have a pick, for one, maybe run one in, maybe. And I felt the fumbles were Miles and Jalen 100%. I don't know why I felt that way, but I just thought with this Kansas City defense, I didn't really think necessarily they were going to Charles Peanut Tillman and punch it out, but I just felt like, those guys are due for a fumble at some point. And Oh, man, what would talk about capitalizing? Bad, yeah, the worst possible kind that you could have.
Come to TurboTax and don't do your taxes.
Andrew in the building. What to do? I need to go get my other drink from the freezer. Man, this is actually one of the best. This is probably the Super Bowl that has been the least hyped in the last 10 years. I feel like no one was really talking about the game. Like, we were waiting for the game, but a lot of the coverage leading up to the game was boring. Like, I think a lot of fans of the Eagles and Chiefs didn't really care as much. And I think the outside fans were like, eh. But then as the game started getting closer and closer, this has actually been one of the more entertaining first halves that I can remember ever. Awesome. I mean, Chiefs fucking A. I mean, you got to think they had to have a miracle on defense, to keep up in the game against the Eagles. Who would have thought it would be a Nick Bolton fumble for a touchdown? What a dream come true. And normally when you get a fumble, pick six, or a kickoff return or a punt return for a touchdown, the chances of you winning the game go up like 30%. So, it doesn't mean that you're for sure going to win, but for Uncle Mo and Uncle Momentum, I mean, Uncle Mo might have took the sweats off. Maybe he's in the underwear. Maybe he's got a shirt on, maybe not. Maybe he's eating all the, all the chicken wings and the pig in the blankets and, all that. But unbelievable there. Jalen needs to be better. Even if the connection, from getting the snap. I mean, he had an opportunity there and he just was fumbling the bag. So Eagles offense, first turnover this postseason, and it was the one that you hope that wouldn't happen. It's one thing to get a fumble or get a pick. The last thing that you want on planet Earth is to have a pick six or a fumble for a touchdown. That sparks a lot of fucking momentum. Let's see if the Chiefs can capitalize. They might be able to take the lead going into halftime after that big play. We'll see. Hurts? He said, fuck it, I'm going to run. Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. Bakugan. First down, Eagles.
That's an offensive coordinator saying, we believe in you. You made a mistake. We're moving forward. You put the next ball in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, Jalen will be fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's at least one of those guys that's not going to be like, oh, woe is me, I fucked up. No, he knows what it is to fuck up. I mean, fucked up in college and got benched by Tua. He's fine. He's a fighter. He'll figure it out. That's not going to affect him the rest of the game. Jalen, snap was low again there. Jalen got it time, going deep. Incomplete. Kind of forcing it to A.J. Brown. It worked one time, but at some point that's going to lead to a tipped interception. You're not going to be able just to go to A.J. Brown deep every time. At this point, you need to work it with Devontae Smith, right? You need to get him the football. Maybe get a little Quez Watkins because they're not expecting him. A little Dallas Goedert, and maybe get Boston Scott some looks as well. You got to be able to mix in your personnel. You just can't go to the number one guy all the time. Come on. Jalen, right there. And I just said Boston Scott, and he was Boston Scott. You love that? You love that ESP or what? I mean, put me on the fucking sidelines. Do you love that? I know you do. I mean, there's nobody else on YouTube that's going to be doing that. I'm telling you. There's a lot of people that can, talk about the game, but I do it from an offensive coordinator personality, head coach personality. Anytime I end up making predictions, I act like if I am the OC, what am I calling? What do I do that they don't think is going to happen? And maybe they listen. Makes me look smart. I'll tell you that. I'm not going to be right all the time, but I just know what I would do to be able to get the advantage. 3rd and 1. Jalen with the sneak. First down, Eagles. Because I just have to look, okay, who's gotten the ball recently? Okay, he has. Okay. What about him? No, hasn't. Okay, he needs to get it. Okay, stop going deep here. Yeah. Okay, maybe a little here. Yes. Maybe a little. Yeah, Quez. Yeah. Goddard. I mean, it just makes sense. You know what I mean? You just have to be able to work it around. You run first and then you defend. That's who you are, right? Don't try to be someone that you're not. But this would be a good opportunity since they got Boston Scott now out of the way. You got to be able to get, I feel, Quez Watkins, maybe one look either in this half or before halftime. I mean, I'm not sure if they're going to dial him up, you know what I mean? But that could be a big play because this is probably the guy least likely in their minds to get the football out of, all the options that they have. Yeah, Jalen is a winner. I already told Eagle fans that were trying to argue with me that he wasn't good enough. I was like, okay, just because you're an Eagle fan doesn't mean you know more than me. I mean, if you want to think so, that's fine. But I mean, I feel that any person that is a hardcore fan, I mean, there's going to be people that have stories and memories and have watched games that I have not watched. I get that. But based off history and me going back and doing the due diligence of the film and the reading and actually learning the history of every team in the NFL, I feel I have a good pulse on things. But I kept telling people, it's a Dak 2.0. Now, Jalen is, Dak is going to be considered a Jalen 2.0, not Dak, with Jalen being maybe a Dak 2.0. No, now you have to flip it. Now Dak has to be considered Jalen 2.0 because Jalen has surpassed him. He's a winner. And his dad is a really good dude, coach. He's a disciplined guy. He's not a cocky fuck. You know what I mean? Like he knows what it's like to win, what to lose, to have the pain, to be humble, and that starts at home, with his dad and with the family, certain guys have that personality and have that extra thing that you're going to run through a wall for them. And Jalen's got it. So that's why I thought it was comical with all the young Eagle fans that wanted to argue with me. I'm like, all right, man, you'll see, and I already told them that they were going to win the NFC East. And I thought there could be a Super Bowl opportunity within the first 4 years. And they already got it year one with this group. Jalen. Let's go. Jalen. Let's go, baby. First down, Eagles. And then obviously if the Eagles win, this looks better of a hire for the Colts, going with someone. It's the personnel is completely different, right? We get that. But, if you can get CJ Stroud, that could be your version of him trying to recreate that offense. And, of course, you guys don't have an A.J. Brown. You have a Michael Pittman, but that's more of a number 2. And then once you guys can get your DK Metcalf, A.J. Brown in the Colts with CJ Stroud or Bryce Young, with, Steichen, then we can see you guys maybe taking the next step. Give it time. And usually with a rookie, it's within the first 3 years, you get that top 10 wide receiver. It either emerges or you get one in free agency. 2nd and 7. Shotgun set. Hurts. Screen pass. Devontae Smith. Good game so far. Very entertaining. I don't know. With Dak, I like him. I always have. It's just been, we get brainwashed to be a hater, in America and in the globe, and just to be negative. Everyone loves to be negative and talk shit and, you know what I mean, and just be an asshole to people. It's a lot easier to be an asshole to someone, to be nice or to be a good person. You know what I mean? But I think a lot of the media, just a lot of backlash and unnecessary hate towards the Patriots and the Cowboys. I mean, I guarantee if Dak was a quarterback on a lot of the other fans' teams, that they would be supporting him. It's just that he wears a star on the helmet, and he needs to be better. There's no doubt about that. But when you got shitty coaching and play calling, they got the defense. They got Dan Quinn. They got Micah Parsons, but not having Amari Cooper, that hurt. Pollard going down with the injury, broken leg, that hurt. They need a better offensive line, and Dak needs to be better in the clutch. But he has been getting better and better every year. But this year, when you end up playing, a top tier defense, Eagles or Niners, I mean, what do you think is going to happen? Even though the Cowboys had one of the top defenses, sometimes, you meet your match. And the Niners and the Eagles were better than the Cowboys. The Cowboys were third best. You know what I mean? But sometimes third best can only get you so far. Flag on the play. Yeah, but again, it also depends if you watch guys in college. So if you're like me and Mike and Sarah, we already have a leg up on a lot of y'all, unless you guys watch college football too. If you don't watch college football, you're not going to be able to predict as well as us, because we're able to see the progression in college and see what type of player and the man that they are, and then seeing when they go to the NFL, we already have a leg up. And there's a reason why people that watch college football extensively are smarter than people that only watch NFL. If you watch college and NFL, your knowledge of the game goes much higher. It really does. If I didn't watch as much college football as I do, I would not be as smart as I am in this YouTube world. 14-14 all. Boom. Let's go. Let's go, Jalen. Yeah, baby. Let's go, baby. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And to bounce back after a terrible turnover, people don't understand the importance. You know how often it is when someone gives up a pick six or they end up giving up a fumble for a touchdown where they don't score on the next drive? It just doesn't happen that often. MVP chants are coming out. And like what I said Eagles are going to win and Jalen Hurts is the MVP. Will I be 2 for 2? Will I be 22-0 in Super Bowl picks in the last 22 years? Even though people want to, they want to challenge. Okay. 21-14, Eagles are up. That'd be dope. I mean, I need to start really betting. I really need to, especially if a lot of these things just keep falling into my lap like this. Nice job, Sirianni. Nice job, Steichen. And nice job, Jalen. Yeah. But do you know what I'm saying? And it's one thing, even if you just watch one team, you're going to know more than people in the NFL. If you watch your team and all the teams in the conference, then it puts you on another level. Then you watch all the good teams, Bama, Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, and then you go to another level. Like, I'm just telling you, like, there's a pecking order based off intelligence and based off being able to have good conversation with sports. If you're watching more, you're going to have more knowledge and more of a base on what you know. And you can still be biased whether you watch college football or not, but I just feel you have a better understanding of the game in an entirety, and you can make better predictions, and you can have a better grasp of the league and who's going to pan out and who's not. And me evaluating players, I know I'm not the only one, but I love being able to do that, and that's why I'm able to win money and help people win money. I need to start just really fucking betting, but I just have this superstition that if I, bet, on my thoughts, that the opposite is going to happen and the sports gods will punish me and they'll go the opposite way. But I mean, at some point I just need to be like, fuck that, and just do it. So, but it's like crazy. Like even with Birdman, he wanted to argue with me. I was like, all right, man. It's like, you're an Eagle fan, but that doesn't mean you know more than me. And I was like, Jalen's the guy. I told you last year, told you the year before. You know what I mean? And I don't know. We need to go get a new quarterback. And then now every Eagle fan is like, oh, Jalen. It's like, dude, you motherfuckers were saying how he was garbage and you wanted to get a new quarterback. And then now you have this season and you act like you didn't say any of those things last year and the year before. It's like, okay. But like I said, I feel I'm a better football evaluator than most. And even if you're a fan of a team and you want to argue, that's fine. But I knew all along that Jalen was going to be the guy. You just needed to build a little bit more around him. And anytime you don't have a true number one receiver, you never can really get to your full potential without a true number one. And, getting a guy like A.J. Brown was huge. I mean, if they don't have A.J. Brown, they're not here. That's facts. I mean, the DeMar Hamlin thing happened. Yeah. Plus, with that cancellation, Shep had 3 guys out of 9 in the lineup out. So I'm not going to, we can't reward anyone, when, that just got nullified. Joe Burrow, Mixon and T. Higgins, and that could have been as many as 50 to 100 points with those three guys. So to just give a championship and act like that didn't matter, anyone that has a situation like you just can't give a true fair championship to anyone. It's just like, oh, you had three of your best out of your 9, and they got zeros for did not finish game because the guy had the fucking cardiac arrest. And that's a reason why that Jake is no longer part of this channel. So, sometimes people spout off and mouth off, and then maybe they regret it. You know what I mean? I always like to be able to talk Mariners with the guy, but you got to be able to know your role and shut your mouth. And if you want to fucking start talking shit, because it had nothing to do with me or Sarah, not being able to win the championship. It's just calling it what it was. I mean, imagine if I was like trying to explain to him, imagine if you had Burrow, Higgins, and Mixon, and that accumulates for 50 to 90 points every week. And then I just said, no, fuck you. Shepard wins. How would you feel? You know what I mean? You'd be like, fuck you, or you'd be pissed, So, but a lot of times people can't put that in perspective. They can only see it from their point of view, not anyone else's. So, yeah, we had no winner. And even if I was the one and it was me and Sarah, there would have been no winner. So, there would have been no winner whatsoever. It's just one of those weird years that, you couldn't really fairly, now if those three players weren't on his team, then, and it was fairly, points for points, fine. But that's just not what happened. And even if it was only 2 guys out of 9, I still would have said it. I mean, because you just never know in fantasy. I mean, one guy could accumulate for 50 points, like Josh Jacobs or Mixon. So to act like those guys don't fucking matter is ridiculous. So, well, there would have been something on the line. I mean, I would have been able to hook up a little prize and whatnot, but. All right, we're getting pretty close to the first goal. Great start from us so far. I appreciate you guys. 21-14, Eagles are up. And there's always a little things that I look into and I read. And, it's like also the regular season MVP winner has lost 9 Super Bowls in a row. And I know some people think that doesn't matter. It does. You know what I mean? And it's like it's the script that I got from Roger Goodell, for the NFL. So if you end up winning the Super Bowl, if you win the regular season MVP, you're not going to win the Super Bowl MVP. It just doesn't happen. You lose. You lose the game almost every time. And not only do you lose the game, you don't put up good enough stats to get the MVP. And then now Mahomes is the 10th. So you won the regular season. But honestly, if they really wanted to throw a monkey wrench in it, they would have given Jalen the regular season MVP. And then it would have had to been more pressure for him to accomplish the regular and Super Bowl MVP. Or maybe it would have gone to a defensive player or someone else. But the way that it lined up, maybe I don't know. I mean, Mahomes and Hurts were the only 2 deserving, of the award. But I think that Hurts was more of an MVP this year to me. You know what I mean? Like Mahomes was very, very good. He's always breaking records, yards, and we already know how great he is. Mahomes is going to get the MVP almost every single year anyways, by default. Mahomes is always going to be in the mix in like the top 4, top 5 in voting. But how often is Jalen going to be in the top 5 in voting? Not every year. You know what I mean? But I thought, but it's fine because I know Jalen doesn't give a shit about that. He's like, okay, give Mahomes the regular season. I want Super Bowl MVP. And that's the one that matters because that means that you won the Super Bowl and then you were the guy. And that was my prediction. Eagles win. Jalen is the MVP. And so far, it's looking pretty good for me. Thank you, Mike. Thank you so much. It's for my first daughter's birthday on the 23rd. What's your first daughter's name? Is she there with you right now or no? Incomplete. And I know, the Chiefs that follow, we have a lot of people, Holly, Cyberpunk, Chief will Chief. There's a lot of Chief fans that we love each other and we have good respect for each other. They support, they dono heavy. It's like I'd hate to, go against, the number one fan base to this channel, but at least I have to be honest. on how I truly feel. And again, maybe the Chiefs come back and win this game. You know what I mean? But I mean, it's just when one team has weaknesses and the other one doesn't, it's really hard for me to choose the lower team. I mean, even if they have a guy like Mahomes or Burrow, it's always a team game for me, and that's how I usually do the ESP and the betting. $19.86. And let's not get it twisted. Mahomes is my favorite quarterback to watch in the league out of everyone. I mean, I love Herbert. Herbert's up there too, obviously as being my Oregon one. So maybe I can go Herbert as my favorite player that's not on the Bucks. But other than Herbert, I really enjoy Mahomes and Burrow a lot, but especially Mahomes, just like everyone else. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. And I love Travis Kelce, and I love Andy Reid and Bieniemy. So it's tough, but I have questions about O-line, D-line, running game, and secondary. And you can't, convince me otherwise. Reddick? Chasing him down, incomplete. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know if anyone really thought that the running game for the Chiefs was going to be great. To say that, yeah, they're going to be great and run for over 100 yards. I mean, you can't blatantly say that without really second-guessing yourself. O-line is going to play great for us today. Are they? How's the D-line going to play? Are you confident that Chris Jones, Frank Clark, and George Karlaftis are going to get to the quarterback? What about the secondary? You're confident that they can keep up with A.J. Brown, Dallas Goedert, and Devontae Smith? 3rd down and 15. But this is not going to hurt the Chiefs' legacy if they lose at all. Mahomes, good tackle. Uh-oh. Mahomes is hurt. He was already hurt with the high ankle sprain. Another reason why I couldn't pick the Chiefs to win. You could be like, Superman. You could be Michael Jordan. You could be the flu game. You could play, against the Bengals. But one thing that people need to fucking remember, this fucking team in Philadelphia is not fucking Cincinnati. AFC teams do not have defense. How many times do we have to keep going over this? You know what I mean? Like, they have amazing Hall of Fame quarterbacks, but name a great defense in the AFC. I'm waiting. I mean, is the best one the Bengals, compared to the Chiefs and the Bills? But I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, none of their defenses are really considered good. You know what I mean? They're like average, above average at best. The Eagles, elite. Niners, elite. Cowboys, elite. Shit, there may be another NFC team that we could throw in there. Saints sometimes can play elite defense, but the AFC teams, they don't got D. And if you don't got defense, how do you expect to win championships? You got to be able to get defense over there on that side of the ball. You have to. I mean, imagine if the Chiefs had a top 10 D and then they have Mahomes and company. Then no one's probably beating them. You know what I mean? But they don't. So, I mean, I think that's a lot of people when they bet and they look at Mahomes and they're just looking at quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. Mahomes, Kelce, yeah. These guys are popular. They're not giving any credit to the Eagles, and their defense and their coaching and, having a well-rounded roster, the most depth, the team that went all in, and you can definitely tell when people make bets or, everyone is going to be able to break down analysis different, but O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. I mean, at some point people will steal that and you'll see that graphic on TV. O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. Bang, 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 and they'll steal it from me. And they'll have it on the screen. These are the keys on winning the Super Bowl in the big game. O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. So, no. No. You almost get friendship probation for saying something like that. Buffalo's D was the worst compared to the Chiefs and the Bengals. It was, I mean, even if Von Miller was there, they had some injuries. Buffalo's D was garbage. Did you watch the playoffs? Buffalo's defense is garbage, bro. Like I said, I at one point, I had to, have some of these defenses, Buffalo, as well as, the Cowboys defense. When Von Miller was there, they were better. But, bro, you must have not watched very much Buffalo football this year. Maybe you saw some of the primetime games, but Buffalo's defense is garbage. Just because it's the Buffalo Bills doesn't mean that, you know what I'm saying? It's like an illusion because Josh Allen is so good and everyone wanted to shove the Buffalo Bills down our throat, right? But they didn't even make the Super Bowl. Josh Allen was hurt, right? But again, he's the guy that's the more of the risk taker. You know what I mean? They don't have a running game and their defense has names, but they didn't live up to the potential. And then Vaughn got hurt. But even if Vaughn was there, I mean, like I said, they should have been good, but they weren't. But I think the Bengals defense was probably the best one, and they only had 4 guys that were consistent. T-Rex, Hubbard, right? Jesse Bates the third, and Von Bell. That's it. And then all the other guys stepped up. You know what I mean? But that defense was better. I mean, but it is one of those things you would think that Buffalo has a chance to be one of the best, but they started off the season, like the first 2 weeks, really good. And they were getting like 10 to 20 points in fantasy. And then I got Dallas and I used him the rest of the way. Oh, his ankle got twisted. That's why, like you can tell, you know what I mean? Like I said, when you're watching everyone, you get a better understanding and comparing who's good and who's bad. But if you only watch a few primetime games and a few teams, you have no idea the depth and, the injuries and how the team has gone. It's a journey. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of commitment to be able to watch every team to come up with the breakdowns and the analysis. Oh, baby. Devontae Smith. This one's starting to get out of hand, baby. Did he drop it? Oh, they're going to review it. I think he dropped it. They will check. Let's see. Yeah, and obviously Sean Payton leaving and and obviously the offense not being able to move the ball. The defense had the players to be good, but they got tired and hurt, and just one thing led to another. Yeah, commercials haven't really been that good. The best one is going to be the Breaking Bad one, where it's got Heisenberg and Jesse and Tuco, and it's like a potato chip commercial. So that'll probably, I don't know, they haven't aired it yet. It'll probably be at halftime or after halftime. And then I got a message, my friend Jamie, who doesn't really watch a lot of the Super Bowl, but she's like, message me when Rihanna's performing. I'm like, okay. Because I know a lot of girls are going to be like, okay. They're like, doing cleaning and cooking, or maybe, they're hosting the party or something. 2 feet are in. But what about the ball when it hits the ground here? Bad camera angle. I need to see that other angle. Let me see. Let's look right here. It looks like there's a little bit of movement. I mean, it hits the ground, but does he still have possession of it? Like the tip of the football hits the ground. Maybe that's a catch. I don't know. That looked like a catch to me, but there was a little movement, but not enough. I think that call will stand as a catch. I got you, man. I'm just trying to make sure that you don't go to other rooms and start claiming the Bills are the best defense and you get fucking roasted. I'm just trying to look out for you, bro. And we try to do it here to educate and let you know. Yeah, but you start going off about Buffalo Bill defense. Yeah, I mean, you're going to be roasted and toasted. And it changes from year to year, week to week, month to month. It really does. And like I said, between me, Sarah, and a few other people in the room, I mean, the extensive research and film that we're doing, I mean, following 32 teams is fucking hard as hell, dude. It really is, but I get a lot of enjoyment out of it too. I'm gonna give him the catch. That looked like more of a catch than some of the other ones that looked kind of like 50-50 to me. I need to go get my Snapple. Hopefully it's frozen. Good Super Bowl, man.
Chiefs defense is saying, no, hold on, we're going to go back the other way.
I guess they found the shot. They found the shot that showed that the ball was coming out. Again, it's kind of unusual when it takes this long.
The receiver did not maintain control of the ball throughout the process.
When it does take this long, to me, it's not clear and obvious. I get it, there was movement, but I'm just not sure there was enough to change that.
I don't think I've ever seen one team walk back and then walk back to where they thought it was chance and then walk all the way back to the original line scrimmage before the play. Wow, that's a first.
That was a swing of emotions each sideline. Initially thinking each one was going to come up on the
Oh, my Snapple is frozen. 21-14. Gosh, thank God this Super Bowl lived up to the name. I just feel the coverage was really boring. I felt like a lot of people weren't really into this Super Bowl. Like, I just think the coverage leading up was kind of terrible. Like, I don't know. This was like, it had a chance to really be a special Super Bowl, but maybe it's just the 2 weeks. This is like too much, But, God, it's been good. 3rd and 1. First down, Eagles. Move the chains.
There's two approaches. Sometimes you go low. That time, Chris Jones went high, and he got taken for a ride.
21-14 Eagles. Shotgun set for Hurts. 33 seconds left. Scrambling, gambling. Incomplete. It's all good. Well, I'll always keep you up to speed. You're already going to be the expert on the Falcons and everything Falcons because that's your team. But yeah, even Sarah too. Like I said, as far as research and reading, there's going to be experts in every field. If you want to know anything NASCAR, Mike is your guy. If you want to know anything Colts or Iowa or NFL related, you can ask Sarah. And I got a lot of those things under my belt too. Shotgun set. 2nd down and 10. Jalen Smith.
These teams, pretty similar years, and in reality, they have been the best teams in the league all year. They've both earned the number 1 seed.
Both number 1 seeds, both 16-3, both 546 points scored, just like the script said. Both has 6 All-Pro selections. Kelsey brothers won. But the thing is, to me, and maybe not to you guys, like the Eagles seem like they won that many games, and the Chiefs, to me, seem like instead of being a 14-3 team, they feel like a 12-5 team to me. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be like saying that they suck or they're not good, but I just feel that I know the records say that they have all the same things, but I just think the Eagles are just a little bit better on certain personnel groups, and it shows. But even with that being said, we could still get an epic comeback from the Chiefs. You never know. They'll have a little Uncle Mo in the second half. AJ Brown, baby. AJ, go AJ. First down, Eagles. Jalen Hurts to A.J. Brown. Move the chains. Let's go. Let's go, baby. A.J. Brown. It's Jalen's best friend right there. No Jalen Brown, A.J. No Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown connection. What do we got there? What is that? Cheese and pickles? Ooh, that sounds good. Cheese and pickles and some pizza. First down and 10. Shotgun set. Jalen. Gainwell, nice tackle. McDuff with the tackle. Gainwell's underrated as a player as well. Oh, yeah. Kelsey Bros. Yeah, the 2 black quarterbacks. Yeah. I don't know. It just seemed like, I don't know. There could have been some other coverage. I don't know. I think just the anticipation of it being so far away, but at least we're getting a quality football. I don't want to see anything like that natty. You know what I mean? That leaves a bad taste in your mouth when you have a terrible game in the championship. All right, Jake Elliott. Never missed in the postseason. Doesn't look like he's going to miss anytime soon. 35-yard attempt, 2nd down and 8. Good hold, good snap, good kick. And it's good. (24-14). Eagles are up. And also 24-14, and they had to get a fumble for a touchdown. Otherwise, it'd be 24-7. Think about that for a second. Even with the miracle play, they're down by 10. They are down by 10, and they had a fumble for touchdown. A little too much defense, a little too much Jalen. I think my prediction is going to come true. But we'll see. Eagles win. Jalen MVP. Commercials have not been very good lately, but I am waiting for the Breaking Bad one. That's going to be one of the best ones for sure.
Yeah, hi. I'm stressed. I got a high-stakes job at the yarn mill, and now my car's broken down.
I used to be just like you.
And then I found Point S Tires. With their easy online scheduling and comprehensive.
All right. Well, if anyone needs to, grab snacks, order pizza, get ribs, chicken, chips, drinks, and do all that. Like I said, some people are going to be watching some of these commercials and whatnot. I'm going to go take a peek with Paisley and see what snacks we have here. I got some chips here. Maybe I'll get a little bit of a bowl. So I'll be grabbing this stuff here. I say people can go against me all the time. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be right all the time, but like I said, you always have to look at the depth of the team, not just who the popular team or who the media wants. Because of course the media and everyone is shoving Mahomes down your throat, just like last year. I mean, remember last year how cool Burrow is. You know what I mean? Stafford, he's boring. But Burrow, he can dress. He's got swag. He got Jamar Chase, gritty, right? But then what did that end up getting you? Nothing. You didn't win the Super Bowl. Yeah, they're cool dudes. They're popular, but ultimately Aaron Donald and that defense was the main difference in the game at the very, very end. And that's what really makes the Bengals run so crazy is that they only lost by 3 and their offensive line was terrible. I don't think I've ever seen that type of scenario. But like I said, we get enamored and everyone's eyes glisten. And whenever they see Mahomes or Burrow or maybe a Josh Allen or a Herbert, even if their defense has issues, people are going to be like, I bet on that guy. And also I already knew that good chance that I would get it right. Drake bet on the Chiefs. And I was like, all right, well, Drake's wrong. So, even if you're, cool with Mahomes and whatnot. So I'm always looking at the deeper things. Okay, who is Drake betting on? Okay, opposite. Okay, it's like Mattress Mac. He normally doesn't get the winners right either, unless it's like a Texas-based team like the Astros where he won money, but he throws his money around like nothing. And we're going to get another run by Kansas City, and the Eagles look like the best team in football, 24 points, and like I said, the team that's got the better defense is up. And it took a fumble for a touchdown for them to get to 14. If not, it would be 24-7. Think about that for a second, too. Yeah. But everything is kind of falling into place. Like I said, it's a team effort. It's a team effort, and to act like it's quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, then that makes me think that you didn't watch the Buccaneer Super Bowl with Mahomes. You didn't really watch Burrow and the Rams. It's easy to root for the popular guy. You know what I mean? I get it. Mahomes, Burrow, they're popular. They're cool. They're part of pulp culture. You know what I mean? Like there's so many cool things about those guys, right? But a guy's got an injury. You know what I mean? They got issues at the running game, on the O-line, on the D-line, in the secondary, and then just to act like, well, that's not a big deal. They got Mahomes. They can do it. And then you're totally discrediting everything Philadelphia did all year as the best. You know what I mean? So you can always tell with certain people when they make bets, how deep are you digging? Are you just throwing money to win? Or are you actually doing the research and the analysis and the breakdown? And most people aren't willing to go that route. But I mean, if money is involved, wouldn't you want to not throw your money away? And even with the analysis and the film and the research, you can still be wrong. Game flow and injuries can't be predicted unless you have the script that I got from Goodell. And that's why, Eagles are going to win and Jalen's MVP. And that's what I was mentioning earlier. But, there is a script, but not everyone has it, And like I said, I had to do the breakdown of each position. And I do that on every Super Bowl. Who's got the advantage? And you got to have the battle in the trenches. And the bottom line, Patrick Mahomes is like a Bugatti, a Ferrari, a Lambo. But at the offensive line and the D line, are the keys and the gas. If you don't got gas, you're not going nowhere. Hence 24-14. You know what I mean? To act like, okay, you got this really shiny ride with fucking 24-inch rims, sweet system, great interior, all custom, but then you got no gas. You know what I'm saying? Where are you going? You know what I mean? You're just like going in mud. And like I said, they already had issues running the ball against the Bengals, and this Eagle defense is a billion times better. I don't know. And then some Chiefs fans were like, well, the Eagles haven't played anyone. Do you honestly think that the Eagles would have lost a lot of games to the elite teams? That's silly. That shows me that a lot of maybe the Chief fans or the AFC fans did not watch Philadelphia football at all. It's very clear. You know what I mean? And it's not necessarily an AFC, NFC thing. I just look at the team, but the last three teams have been identical. Buccaneers, Rams, Eagles. And the last three championships, NFC, and this one will be more than likely NFC. Good for Philly. Good for them. Kobe's looking down right now. There's a lot of factors that go involved with the picks. And then also, like I said, with Mahomes, getting MVP, right? Regular season. Anytime a quarterback that's got regular season MVP in the last 9 have all lost. And I know that sounds crazy. Oh, that shit doesn't matter. Well, we're about to be 10 in a row. So it's like a curse to win the regular season MVP. And Jalen's like, all right, fuck it. Mahomes, you want the award? You got the award? I'm going to win Super Bowl MVP. That's the one that everyone's going to remember. No one's going to give a shit about your regular season MVP. They're going to care about who won the fucking Super Bowl. This is crazy. History tends to repeat itself. History is meant to be broken, but there is trends, and you just have to be open to the trends. No, I don't think. I mean, based on all the stuff that we got already, we got Zini with 35, Sarah with 15, Mike with 20, Mike with 20, Mike with 20. Appreciate you guys. Eagles, Jalen Hurts is the first quarterback in NFL history to score 2 rushing TDs and 1 passing TD in a Super Bowl. Hurts did it all in a half. Kind of good, kind of good. I mean, regardless if Mahomes is 100% in the second half or not, doesn't matter. I mean, he'll make a little bit of a run, and I feel bad for like Holly, being there, because I was like, I don't want to be like, because I know Chiefs fans are always going to have this hope, you know what I mean? But to get past the AFC teams that have trash D, you know what I mean, is one thing. But to get there in the NFC where everyone's got a good defense or a majority of the teams have defense, it's a different ball game. You know what I mean? Some teams are playing, chess and others are playing checkers, and to act like the top defenses don't matter is a joke. Well, look at how the Eagles played, how the Niners played, how the Cowboys played. There's a difference there when the defense is just as good as the offense. Cheese and pickles. Ryan in the building. What to do?
They get to throw a pass and completion and run more than 20 yards. Mahomes hit 240 yards. All right, he had Tyreek Hill for 40-something yards. He came back.
At least it's been a good Super Bowl.
Then they got the touchdown back. It was with 8:50.
Yeah, but I'll never change my philosophy on that. I know one day I'm going to be wrong, and it is what it is. I mean, it's really hard to be right all the time with stuff like that, anyways. But I think as long as you have your MO and I stick to it, I mean, it hasn't failed me yet. You know what I mean? Like everyone else wants to bet off quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, let them lose money. And then I'll say O-line, D-line, defense coaching, play calling. And then, and you could always argue that the play calling and coaching could be better here, but that's only when they're ahead. Once they're tied or down, the play calling gets a little erratic. It's one thing, when you're down, can you, keep it moving? And if you don't have a balanced offense and then you're forcing it with Mahomes, you can't rely on Pacheco bailing you out or McKinnon. It's like, yeah, they might be able to bail you out against a shitty D, but not against a defense like the fucking Eagles. So, all right, I got a message. And then they're doing the Rihanna performance, right?
The National Football League welcomes you to the Apple Music Super Bowl 57 halftime show.
All right, I just messaged my friend. We'll see if she can catch it in time. First time that she's performed in 7 years, too. Damn, they're up there. Who's going to be the guest? Is it going to be A$AP Rocky? Is it going to be Drake? Is it going to be, who is it going to be? I'm trying to think of the kind of the songs that she's had in the past and, with Umbrella and all the hits that she's had. That's crazy to think that she hasn't performed live in 7 years, though. And now she has a son, and that takes up all her time. And I already know that she's not going to be doing too many projects. I mean, you could already tell in that interview with Nate, in the pregame, she seems a little bit more like less superstar-y and more like normal person. And I guess that's what a birth of a son will do to you. You know what I mean? You already know you're famous and you got a lot of money and all that, but her son comes first, and good for her. Because I know there's probably some other famous people that have kids that aren't really the best mom and dads, and they just have like nannies, and they just don't really take care of their kids, which is kind of sad, but I guess that's what happens when you're rich and you just don't give a shit. Well, I messaged my friend, but I don't know if she's watching. Hopefully she is. I messaged. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. And I knew that either Jalen or Miles were going to fumble today. No one predicted a fumble for a touchdown. But still, I mean, no one wants to see a 24-7 game. Maybe you do because you're an Eagle fan. And even 10-point lead is very hard to come back from. Most teams don't come back from 10 to 14 down at halftime. So, I mean, you guys are definitely in control. But as far as other fans besides you and Eagle fans, if it was 24-7, there'd be a lot of pissed off people right now that would be not interested in the game or halftime or anything. Like, we know then at some point the Chiefs will try to come back, but then it's just going to be a mollywhopping if it's 24-7. So. Steichen. Oh, nice fireworks. How much time do you think these background dancers had to do for practice? Oh, I bet a bunch, especially a halftime performance. Who's going to be the special guest? Is there going to be one? And then obviously once you do the halftime show, right? Then your name gets into the, the music industry again. So if there's been a little bit of a pause in her career, people are going to start downloading her stuff, go back and listen to her old stuff, and she'll have a huge spike in her, merch and all kinds of other. She's got her clothing line with like her lingerie, the Fenty and stuff. So I imagine after tonight, there will be a nice little spike for her. I mean, even if you just do it for that particular reason. Quick. All right, I'm going to go to the kitchen here real quick. And then we'll have a few more songs here, I assume. And then I'll be back here in a couple minutes and we'll get right back into it. Everyone get their snacks and get situated. We're off to a really good start with the donos. We had a couple light streams, a good one a couple days ago, rough one yesterday, but then this one we're getting right back on track because of you guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I need to go get my chips and everything situated here. All right, I'm back. Your boy is back, baby. I caught most of the performance and I heard it from the other room. It sounded like it wasn't. I mean, you don't have to be a Rihanna fan per se, and obviously, I think rock stuff is much better than like rap or R&B. But from what I saw, what didn't seem like it was too bad. I mean, for someone that especially hasn't performed in 7 years. But I know the commercials have kind of underwhelmed. They haven't been as good, but it seems like we put so much pressure on the commercials that they get worse and worse every year. You know, there's more and more money that goes in, you know what I mean? But the commercial quality and the ideas get worse and worse. It just seems like so. I hope everyone is enjoying themselves, and thank you guys for your unconditional love and support of the channel. It's been challenging at times, but I did actually enjoy that Rihanna performance. I'm gonna say there's a lot of performances where I'm like, you know, this was kind of terrible or wasn't that good, but some people just have it in the background. Other people are eating and, you know, getting things prepared. I got my Mango Madness Snapple. I got pre-rolls galore. I got gummies. I got sun chips, French onion that I haven't even cracked into. I have pizza, garlic chicken, white sauce. Wanted to go something other than the red. I was actually, you know what I was gonna get? Holy shit! I was gonna get the a amazing sampler platter from this this like ribs place. Let me see. I don't even know if I can find it. Famous Dave's. So I was going to do the Famous Dave's sampler for $33. So this is what I would have gotten. Southside rib tips, chicken tenders, Sweetwater catfish fingers, onion strings, boneless wings, and then sauces. I was like, oh, but then obviously, you know, girlfriend got hungry a little early on. So I was like, oh, I'll just get food now. And chances are and I got like a big pizza, like extra large. So it's probably like, I got that in breadsticks. Usually it's like $30-$40 if you do like a Grubhub, but then it's food for a couple days, you know, for a few people and whatnot. So, but I was like, ooh, I was like, maybe the next big event, maybe that's what's on the platter though. But I saw that and I was like, shit, for like $33, that's a lot, and it's quality. Like, you know, I've been there before and whatnot, but I was like, oh, that would have been good, but it's okay. I mean, I did have some ribs and I had pizza shipped in from Chicago overnight last year from my buddy Jake, who did that as a gift for me. So, I mean, every Super Bowl is going to be a little bit different. Yeah. Well, I think also, too, the reason why she was wearing that type of clothing is that she's still recently, you know, with the pregnancy and stuff. So she probably still has her pregnancy weight on. So if she wore like the sexy clothes, there probably would be, you know, flaws that would be showed that would not be good for her image, you know, and whatnot. So that's probably the choice of clothing that was worn. And yeah, I mean, she already has one baby with ASAP. So, I mean, maybe there's another one on the way. I'm already thinking about the draft, and I'm already thinking about watching college football next year and NFL. It's like, I can't believe it's already coming to an end, but at least it's been a good Super Bowl. You know, some games on the NFL side were, you know, not as good as I thought they were going to be, but a majority it was, you know, I just want to be able to see better, consistent refereeing, which we'll never get. Better matchups, but also too, we can never predict exactly how things are going to play out with new players and new coaches or quarterbacks too. So I get it. I get it.
The box shop investigators dig into documents to show how the problem has exploded and may even lead criminals to your home.
And he's like this, your house has been robbed.
It's a story you have to
All right, we're about. I assume we're going to be getting close to starting the third quarter.
Outlying Resources has the equipment, experience, and expertise to complete the water well drilling job quickly.
But that was one thing that I was kind of thinking of, like Holly and like the people, the Chiefs fans, like, they just hope that the flow of the game goes in their favor and they get off to a fast lead early and quick. And I get it. It's like we have some of the biggest supporters of the channel with the Chiefs Kingdom, but I can't straight up lie to them and just be like, yeah, I think you guys are going to win. And if I didn't honestly feel that way, I just can't cater, and do that. I just have to be straight up and real. It feels bad, you know what I mean? But again, until that Spags gets, improved, if they get a better defensive coordinator, more defensive players, and they focus on that side of the ball, then when this scenario happens again, you can win. You know what I mean? But if you're going to go against a team that's got all the bases covered and there literally is no weakness, O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling, quarterback, running back, there's literally no weakness. They have a good kicker. Like everything lines up. And then I look at the Chiefs and I'm like, well, I think they can play well, but what's the running game going to look like? What's the O-line going to look like? What's the D-line going to look like minus Chris Jones? Anything? Frank Clark, George, anything? And then what am I going to get from the secondary? Can they make plays or not? Let's take actually a look at some of the box score before we get back into it if we have time. Let's start off with Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes, 8 for 13, 1 touchdown, no picks, 89 yards. But the lack of a running game and the depth is a big part of why they're losing, and that's why I picked against them. 5 carries, 28 yards for Pacheco. Nothing for McKinnon rushing the ball. You can't get 28 yards and expect to win. It's just not going to happen. And then on the flip side, right, with Jalen, he is the fourth running back. Jalen, 17 for 22, 183 yards, 1 TD, no picks. Jalen Hurts on the ground, 11 carries, 63 yards, 2 TDs. It's pretty clear. And I know this is a Patrick Mahomes league, but this is a Jalen Hurts year. All right, we have to start recognizing that. And I think most of us have, some denied. And if you bet on the Chiefs, then hopefully you're not losing too much money. But there's a lot of people and a lot of America that is going to be upset after tonight. I won't be. I'll be good. Eagles fans will be ecstatic, and this won't be the last time that the Chiefs will be in this position. Crazy to think that Mahomes is 1-2, but it's not because of Mahomes. It's, his injury is a part of, the situation, but you got to have the balance, the running game, a true RB1, like a Nick Chubb at running back or Josh Jacobs. Better offensive linemen, right? More consistency on defense and better players in the secondary. And if you get that, and maybe a better DC than Spags, I mean, it's just, I don't think that's, being picky. That's just seeing the truth. 24-14, third quarter. Here we go. And even with all of what I've said, right? Even with all what I said, the Chiefs could have a miracle second half and win this Super Bowl. It's not over. If there is a possibility. You know what I mean? There is a possibility, but I mean, it's been pretty much the Jalen Hurts story. And once they have a lead, they sit on it and they're going to run the ball and play good defense. They still will throw when needed. But once they get to the third quarter, they do what great teams do. They run the ball. And usually you can't even stop them. Even if they know the run is coming, the team that knows the Eagles are going to run still can't stop the 3 running backs. Miles Sanders, Kenneth Gainwell, Boston Scott, and RB4, Jalen Hurts. Oh, what a journey, And like I said, just being able to see a team be built. Like when I was having to argue with Birdman, it's like when he actually thought that the Eagles were going to beat the Buccaneers. I was like, your team is way too raw. You just have to, you know what I mean? And to act like that was Jalen's fault that you lost to the Buccaneers, a Super Bowl caliber team, is just ridiculous. It's like you have to know how to evaluate talent and players, but some people can see it before others, I knew. It's like just because someone's an Eagle fan doesn't mean that they think that they have a better grasp of Jalen Hurts than me. So, and I guarantee that a lot of those Eagle fans didn't watch college football, so they didn't even watch Jalen play at Alabama or Oklahoma, and that is a big part of evaluating a player. He's a winner. 24-14 Eagles. 3rd down and 1. Handoff. Nice. First down, Chiefs. Jerick McKinnon with a little pitch there. Nice job. And when the Chiefs have been successful, it's been Travis Kelce, Juju Smith-Schuster, and Jerick McKinnon. Yeah, I would say that Juju is not elite either. He's good, like a Michael Pittman, for Sarah's Colts. But, I mean, there's guys that are better. Wow, Kelce with the catch, acrobatic. First down, Chiefs. Kaka. Let's see him. Kelce's like, I'm a fucking best tight end in the world, baby. I mean, depending on how many more, Super Bowl opportunities and the numbers, he'll slowly. I mean, at this point, we already know, Shannon Sharp has got more rings. He's got 3, right? With the 2 with the Broncos and 1 with the Ravens. But as far as like overall, most people think Tony Gonzalez, Gronkowski, Kelce. But Gronk and Kelce are going to have the rings. Gonzalez, not so much. He's like that one guy that just had all the stats, but never really got to the promised land. 24-14 Eagles. Hard to be able to contain these two. Impossible to contain both for the whole game. Mahomes. Justin Watson with the catch. First down, Chiefs. Mahomes. Yeah, and like I said, if you are the Chiefs, you cannot abandon the run. You have to make sure that you keep the balanced offense, keep the Eagles on their toes the best that you can, by mixing up, draws and screens and jet sweeps and keeping those guys involved, Pacheco and McKinnon. Now you got Sky Moore coming into the game. They're just going to have to, they're going to have to distribute evenly. It has to be other people other than Kelce making a play. We haven't seen very many sack lunches yet. Credit the offensive lines for both teams. Mahomes taking off. Wow, nimble Mahomes getting down to about the 4.5 yard line. Nice job, Mahomes. First down, Chiefs. And this was a critical drive for them to score on at least 3 to make sure that they stay in the game. You don't want to get, 3 and out, then all of a sudden it's 27-14 or 31-14. Then it's fucking over. So this is like really critical that they get at least 3 on this drive. 7 would be ideal, but we know the Eagles defense can tighten up. Sky Moore into motion. Mahomes, good play call there. Just short of the end zone to McKinnon. They're like, yeah, Ryan is right. We have done well when McKinnon gets the ball. I mean, like I had him in fantasy, so I should know. It's like I can always tell what guys are doing based on the points that they're getting. And then he got really, really hot towards the end of the season. Nice drive by Kansas City. Mahomes, Pacheco, touchdown, Chiefs. And they're doing everything in their power to try to keep it close, knowing that their defense isn't as good. that they are a little overmatched, right? But as long as the play calling and coaching are there, the game will be close until the very, very end. Nice job by Kansas City. Isaiah Pacheco with the tutty. Nice job. Nice job. Nice job. Butker with the extra point. Kick is up, and it's good. 24-21 Eagles. That's a legendary player right there and a legendary drive. Things could definitely go sideways if they, don't score on that drive. 100%. Now we actually have a game. Everyone's still invested. Not everyone is just getting all fucked up and drunk and is, drooling on themselves or eating every brand of chip that's in their house. Now, the game is good, and it's leaning towards possibly being great. This is good. I've already seen this preview, the whole Michael Jordan story and Nike story. Taking a gamble on Michael Jordan and the shoe with Michael Jordan before Michael Jordan came to the pros. I mean, they hit. They took a gamble on Jordan. They did the design, and Nike has been on top since. Changed the game. Very cool. The Affleck is doing like a Michael Jordan story. I think people will go see that. Plus, he's got his boy Matt Damon in it too. So, yeah, it's been a very good Super Bowl. I mean, like, regardless if you like one team or another, or you're a Mahomes lover, a Mahomes hater, an Eagle hater, an NFC hater, whatever, whatever your narrative is, it's lived up and above and beyond. Like, it's more scoring than I think we anticipated. We maybe thought the Eagle defense would be better. But again, it is Patrick Mahomes. You know what I mean? Anytime you go against him and Burrow, typically they're going to be able to find, holes in the defense, even if the defense is elite. Still going to be, and it depends if they play zone or man. But they don't really have an answer for Philly yet. So as long as we don't get another Jalen Hurts fumble for a touchdown, we might get a Miles Sanders fumble in the second half. Don't be surprised if you see one of those. But still, the Eagles are in control. Uncle Mo is still on the couch, still eating pigs in a blanket, and he hasn't moved yet. But he is threatening to go to Kansas City, but it's still time. Gronk with the kick. Vinatieri family.
The kick is up. It's no good. He missed it. But you still win. FanDuel is still giving customers a piece of $10 million in bonus bets. Check your account tomorrow. Only from American.
Gronk. They say he missed it, but it looked like he made it, didn't it? They're like, he missed it. And he goes down. I was like, didn't that go through? Elon Musk. How many girlfriends do I have? Many girlfriends. Thank you, Mike. Mike, my boy. Appreciate you. Tremendous. Mike's like, no fingernail sandwiches for my O-Dog. No air sandwiches either. Peanut butter, no jelly. $8.23 on the Cash App. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Anyone that donated earlier, if there's any other additional photos that I can give you at any point of the game, just please holler. I can do it during commercial break. If you want Slayer or anything, I'm going to grab a Slayer photo for you now, regardless if you want to see it or not, or I'm just going to do it. I'm going to do it, baby. And happy birthday, early birthday to your first. – 24-21 Eagles. Oh. Touchdown. Did I not just say that Miles Sanders was going to fumble? I don't know if this is going to come back or not. And Nick Bolton got the tutty. That's what it would be his second. But isn't that weird how my ESP works like that? I don't know. I mean, a network needs to hire me, or I need to get hired by a team or a college team or Barstool or McAfee, even though I'm being my own boss and I'm my own CEO. But how many times do I need to lay it out there for you guys, even with a small audience like this, before people start recognizing, hey, there's more than one Tony Romo that's out there in the sport game world and calling games. This might not be a fumble, but, essentially a fumble happened. This might not be it. There might be another one. I don't know how I do it. I don't, sometimes it's dream. Sometimes it's a vision. Sometimes it's like a communication thing. Unbelievable. So they're gonna call that. So, I guess if they want to say the NFL is scripted, these 50-50 calls can really change the outcome of a game. I would assume since they already got the one that they'll call this incomplete. Yeah, incomplete pass. But, yeah, see? Almost. I mean, I won't lie. It freaks me out sometimes on certain things, or I can see things like 30 seconds before they happen, or like a minute before they happen. Like I'll just get this weird feeling that something, I break down the game as an offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator, and here we go. Slayer! That ESP, man, I'm telling you. I mean, even though it was a fumble, and eventually it was called back, but the play happened. We'll see if it happens again, but I knew there was going to be at least a Jalen or Miles fumble. I don't know why I chose those two players, but it just felt like they were due for some kind of mistake. So, and hopefully that was the Miles Sanders fumble. And hopefully there's not another one. I don't know if my ESP says there's actually going to be another. I just thought that was really funny what if that would have been called a touchdown? That totally swings the momentum, and maybe the Chiefs win the game if that gets called. Nick Bolton, Super Bowl MVP with 2 fumbles for touchdowns. Get the fuck out of here. What is he, Jeremy Chin for the Panthers? I mean, we saw him score on back-to-back plays, but, that was just as good, even though it didn't count. 3rd and 6, wild. What a Super Bowl. Hurts? A lot of time. First down, Eagles. Nice job, Dallas. He said, get the fuck off of me. Woo! Yeah, good coverage by Justin Reed, but it's Dallas fucking Goddard, okay? Top 5, top 6 tight end in the game. They got rid of Zach Ertz because they already knew they had him. And I know that hurt for a lot of people. So bad it hurts Zach Ertz leaving, but sometimes the NFL is a business, and Zach Ertz was a top 3 tight end for years, and then slowly started working his way down the order as getting, older and health issues and injuries. And they're like, oh, we got this Dallas Goedert guy. Kind of good. Hurts with the fake and the play action. 2nd down and 2, throw it away. But I think a lot of times, too, with the ESP is just me thinking as a coach or like a play caller. I put in thousands of hours of Madden, strategy, film, reading. So I kind of have it. I don't know how to call plays as far as like the verbiage like a lot of these guys do. I could learn if they actually gave me one of their playbooks. But I kind of have an idea of the scheme of what I think that they would want to do to fool the opponent. Because you always want to be one step ahead. And I think that's when I start like looking at the photos that are in front of me. And I'm like, okay, who hasn't got the ball in a while? Who would be a surprise target that could get a big play? And one guy that still hasn't made a play yet is Quez Watkins. So at some point, we are going to get a Quez Watkins play, maybe in the 4th quarter. It could be in the 3rd quarter. I would assume he'll make some play, but that's another guy that they would not assume is going to get the ball that could make a big play. That's where my mind goes. Jalen. And he tucks it and runs. Yes, they're changing cleats and making the proper adjustments.
Really, the difference is all these third and fourth down tries are all under 5 yards. They're short ground to gain yards to gain. This offensive line is just
2nd down and 9. Fantastic Super Bowl. 24-21 with a little bit of magic sprinkled in. Eagles up by 3. Hurts going deep. Got a man. Oh, and who did he go to? Who does he go to? Quez Watkins. I mean, I'm waiting, NFL Network. I mean, I don't know how many things that I need to say, and then all of a sudden, one play later, he hasn't got the ball all game, and then Quez Watkins. You tell me. You tell me if there's anyone else that's on YouTube or Twitch or on TV or podcast that can go play for play with your boy. I don't know how I do it, man. I'm the chosen one. It's the gods, dude. You know, it's the gods. The sports gods, baby. 3rd down and 9. It would have been great if he would have caught it, but they went that direction. That's the idea. Going somewhere where they think you're not going to go. That shit freaks me out. That's some weird, but I guess, maybe I'm linked in to, Steichen and Sirianni and any of these coaches because I try to think like them. And every personality is so different. You know what I mean? Like, it's difficult to be able to do things like that. Would have been much better if Quez would have caught it. But just the fact that they targeted him finally, so they're thinking the same thing as me. Like, oh, this could be a guy that could make a big play. We haven't gone to him. It's like the 5th option. We could maybe steal a big play here. That's what he's thinking. That's what I'm thinking. But he didn't catch it, though. But it was there. The target was there. 3rd and 14. Hurts. Oh! Oh, baby. 1st down, Eagles. Oh, baby. One. Penalty flag, but they already snapped the football. Yeah. Well, not everyone is going to be good in the 3rd or 4th or 5th receiver option. I mean, yeah, I would agree with that. But there is still plays to be made. And even last year, he made plays, when other guys were injured. But that's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, you got all these other guys, Miles, Gainwell, Scott, Hurts running the ball, Brown, Smith, right? You got Goddard. Who's the last guy? The last guy that might get it, it's him. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I know he's a weak link. You know what I mean? But maybe there's an opportunity for him to make a play in the 4th quarter. That's what you want to do as far as in football and strategy. It can't always go to A.J. Brown all the time. And if they, double on AJ and somehow Quez gets open, I mean, he's got to make the play, of course. But he doesn't get as much repetition with the football in this season compared to a lot of these other guys. His opportunities are a little bit lighter. What a catch by fucking Goddard. Motherfucker. Now we got challenge.
Challenge flag is down. And now, Mike, we're going to go back to, after the substitution, is this a catch by Dallas Goddard?
And again, you're looking at the process. Where does control start? Okay, if you have that clear loss of possession in air, and then you got a left foot down, it's just
FC is challenging the play, previous play. We'll get back to that thought. We're going to take a commercial. We'll look at it some more. Challenged by Andy Reid in Kansas City. Back after this.
It's so crazy with catches, right? Where literally the ball does not touch the ground, but depending on where your feet are, and if you bobble the ball a little in the air, but it doesn't touch the ground, it could still be called incomplete. Like that play. Here we go. Here's the commercial. Mr. White. Jesse. Tuco. My boy. Toy, toy, toy. Toy, toy, toy. That's the best commercial of the day. I've seen this commercial already. She's cute. He's like, I'm an actor in Rich. I look like Tony Romo. She's like, I'm a model.
We thank you for your patience.
Sorry, are you still there? Yes. Okay, please hold.
Wonder how much money and free Bud Light they got to do that commercial. They're like, I don't even drink this shit. But it's like, if you're going to give me free Bud Light for a year, yeah, not JT. You could say sometimes it's a coincidence, but how many times have I done it? You know, it's one thing when you do it like once, you know, but when you do it like 100 times in a season, it's more than just a coincidence, brother. I'm not average. We're not average here. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I assume a lot of them are probably watching it with family and friends. And as far as being underdogs, they already have a lot of pressure, probably watching the game and maybe, you know, just, watching it privately or whatever and stuff. Maybe we'll get people coming in the second half. But I assume people are partying and, you know, watching with friends. I was hoping that we get some Chief people in here, or maybe they thought that they were going to lose and they didn't want to be in the room. You know, they already are having to deal with the loss if they do lose, and they don't want to talk. You know, I get it. If you lose, and, you know, sometimes you don't want to talk to anybody. You're going to fucking punch the air, or, I mean, hopefully not act like those Cowboy fans, like, you know, destroy the jersey and burn it and punch a hole through the TV. Chief fans are better than that, but especially when the offense is playing pretty good and you're getting special plays on defense, like, you feel like you actually have a shot to win this. And if they lose, yeah, it's going to fucking hurt. It's going to hurt for any team. (24-21) Eagles. And normally when the Eagles get the lead, they're going to pound the rock heavy, heavy, heavy. Bleed the clock, bleed the clock, bleed the clock. But when the other team is still moving the football, you can't be so kind of defiant, where you have to mix in some throws, you know, because obviously, you know, you're having a hard time stopping Kansas City right now. Hurts close to the first down marker.
Another long drive by Philadelphia. The 12th play of it coming up here.
Yeah, I just can't get that third 14 pass. I mean, I know strategy, that throw when he
What a great Super Bowl, though. I don't know if we've had a Super Bowl like this close at this point in a while, where it really does feel it could go either way. The momentum shift in the fourth quarter could go either way. I love it. 3rd and 1, Jalen with the pitch. Block outside and stopped.
Take a look here. It's unbalanced. Jack Stoll, that's the tight end. 3 offensive linemen. Jordan Mailata, the left tackle, comes over and plays right tight end. But
Nice job by Nick Bolton there.
they sub, so they're going to give them a chance to match the substitution.
First down, Eagles. Move the chains.
And another 4th down try, another conversion for the Eagles.
It's a helpless feeling when you know what the opposing team is going to run. You line up every big body you have inside.
Yeah, you can't stop it. That's what I'm saying. It's like they do it to NFC teams, they do it to AFC teams, and that's the benefit of having that style, of play, of running the football and playing good defense like the Niners. The same thing with the Eagles. That's their MO. That's what they're always going to do. Yeah, if they can get some great quarterback play and wide receiver play, they're all about that life, but they're going to always dictate the tempo, running the ball and playing good D. Hurts scrambling to the outside. 21 for 29, 229 yards, 1 TD in the air, 2 on the ground. Sounds like MVP numbers to me. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I know that that's a tradition for you. But I hope your health improves, throughout the year, hopefully. And we're going to be able to spend some time together and watch races, when you're not at the race. What about the later Daytona race and the later on in the year? Pass incomplete, intended receiver, Dallas Goedert. We'll be praying for your health. Third down and 11. Penalty or a timeout. Both teams down to 2 timeouts. Oh, that's nice of them.
Visit NFL.com/play60 to access free online resources. All right, so each team 2 timeouts left the rest of the way now.
It's awesome that I feel that we've been engaged the whole Super Bowl, and sometimes that doesn't happen. Like a lot of times at this point, it's already kind of over, or like I'm impressed. I'm really happy because, like I said, the way the Natty ended, I was not happy, and this Super Bowl could still be won by 10 points or more, depending on what happens in the 4th. But it's like, it's in the balance right now, and that's all you can ask for as a fan. Hurts, 3rd and 11. Gainwell. Nick Bolton with a great game so far. I remember that missed field goal early in the game, how that might cost the Chiefs. Don't forget about that. Kick is up, and it's good. MVP so far besides Jalen. Low key.
forgotten baking spice capturing hearts. Take that, Nathan. That's good.
She only likes the blue one. Kia, movement that inspires.
Yeah, especially if that Miles Sanders fumble would have counted. 2 touchdowns in the Super Bowl.
Today, let's thank Canada. Thank you for legends of music and heroes of comedy. Thank you for this heartthrob. Thank you, Canada, for peanut butter, paint roller, and poutine. That's French fries with cheese and gravy. It's good. Thank you for creating the replay and the battery. The egg cook with the ironing board, the electric wheelchair, Hawaiian pizza, instant potatoes, and all oil.
Mike is doing his own dono train. He's making sure that we have a fantastic day. Appreciate you. I have to go to the grocery store and I have to buy Lunchables and, you know, snack items and lunch items for my girlfriend's daughter. So obviously, you know, stuff for Paisley too. So I appreciate it. All this will help. Thank you.
Mr. Peanut, what did you do at that party? People? And I love your work in Thai food. There's rich, and then there's haven't worn pants in 100 years.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. $19.87 on the Cash App. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you holding it down. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Thank you. We wouldn't be able to do this channel full time without participation and support like that. So it really does mean a lot. Thank you. Awesome game, right? I mean, this has definitely exceeded my expectations. You know, I never thought we'd get a fucking. I mean, I was hoping that we would get like a pick six or a fumble or a punt return or a kick return, but those things don't fucking happen in Super Bowls that often. You know what I mean? It's not like it happens every year. But Jalen's played like he was the MVP, and he should have won the MVP award in the regular season, in my opinion. You know, but again, regular season MVP loses the Super Bowl, and then the other guy ends up winning the Super Bowl MVP. And I mean, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but Mahomes, Kelsey, good tackle by Edwards. And now it's starting to like kind of sink in too that this is almost like the end. Oh, Elliott almost sprained his ankle there. Holy shit. Oh, Jesus Christ. Elliott, fuck. The field is terrible in Arizona. Jeez. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh, you're helping a lot because, like I said, sometimes we're not going to have Holly or Cyber or Mr. Williams or Shep. So sometimes we would have heavy hitters in every stream. And then sometimes, we won't have any. And we just kind of have to grind it out and see where we are. And it does mean a lot. I appreciate you. Yeah. I mean, it seems like every time you come in here, you go above and beyond. And it really, you are a lifesaver, man. Like, seriously. I mean, there's been a few streams this week where we hit like $5 to $20. So, one little act of generosity with you has got us more than I did in like a 4 or 5 hour period. Well, technically for like 15 hours, if you break down those 4 or whatever, 12 hours. And so you never know. But again, this is a bigger event too. So. Second down and 1. Getting to the end of the third quarter. Mahomes, hands off. Pacheco, pumping his legs. First down, Chiefs. Now we're going to the fourth. Put your fours up, baby. Here it comes. I can't believe the season's almost over. But at least we didn't end it like the Georgia Natty. I would have been so pissed, regardless if it was Chiefs or Eagles, with like a 40-point blowout or 30, or like, no. I can't have that. That would have been bad for my mental health. I mean, it would have been good for the team that won, but 27-21 as we go into the fourth quarter. Rihanna performance was okay. Commercials for Super Bowl, you know what I mean? Haven't been really that good. It's really the game that's been the showstopper, which it should be. We enjoy having you. I always love learning about NASCAR or other things from the other people in the room. If I can learn something new every day on the channel, that's my goal. And I usually got a fantastic group of the women and the females that know sports, and they'll give me the knowledge. And a lot of the females are some of the biggest supporters of the channel for it to succeed. And then we have some guys like yourself and Shep and Cyberpunk and a few others that have done some big things for us too. Eagles, John, there's a lot of y'all that on the guy side that have been there and represented Chief will Chief. There's a bunch. Yeah, we enjoy you, man. You'll have to start giving me some Kyle Busch information, like some stats or like fun facts, or give me some info from time to time. Anything NASCAR related, knowledge wise, that you can pass along. I'm willing to listen. I mean, the more NASCAR and that I can learn from you, the more baseball that I can learn from myself and Sarah and Jameson and the others, and my boy Justin and my dad. It's like I'm always trying to gain more and more knowledge. I'm never satisfied. Abby's 27-21 Eagles, end of the third quarter. Michael in the building. How are you?
Did you know Rivermark saved its members over $30 million in the last year? That's 390.
Yeah, relationships I feel are the most important thing too. As you get older, just being able to have those relationships, and if people do care, that you build those. You see the relationships build in sports, like with the teams and the players that we love, and the coaching staff and whatnot. But then you can also see it in your own personal life. Like sometimes being friends, it starts off as fans here, then friends, and then some of y'all become family. Like we spend a lot of time together. I spend more time with a lot of y'all than I do with even my close best friends here in Oregon with Justin and Preston. I mean, I talk to Preston once every week or every 2 weeks. I talk to Justin every day, but memes typically, we don't really talk. We usually just like send each other different cool things that we find on the internet. Or if there's some kind of sports news. Juju, first down, Chiefs. It's about time that they got Juju finally the opportunity to get the ball. What'd you have? A soft, hard shell? You had ground beef with the lettuce and the cheese and the fixins? Or did you make chicken? What kind of tacos are we talking? Sometimes just the soft or hard shell with the ground beef is just excellent. With the cheese and it's just melted on the top. Oh, so good. Is that Sweat? Yeah, Sweat went way too early. Yeah, or maybe it was the perception that going into the game that Mahomes is so much better than Jalen. Like, even though he's like a lower name guy, people don't want to give the respect of what he did this year for Philadelphia. But if you look at the stat line, I mean, who's having the better game? I mean, even if Mahomes was fully healthy, there's going to be a few more throws that he can make. But it's not like the Chiefs are down by 14 right now. 6-point game. And they had to get a defensive touchdown. Remember that. Juju again. First down, Chiefs. That's where they need to go. Could come down to whoever has the ball last. First down and 10. Shotgun set. Mahomes. Juju for the third target in a row.
Super Bowl appearance by this Kansas City Chiefs team. The difference in that game, the reason they lost to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers was because of that fearsome pass rush and their
Yeah, Chiefs O-line stepped up today. Big time. Big time. How is there only one sack between the two teams? Unreal. McKinnon. Outside. Just short. Third down. And go to your three best weapons, which are going to be Travis Kelce, Juju Smith-Schuster, and Jerick McKinnon, because you can use them in the passing game. All right. Third down and 3. Who do you go to here? Who do you go to? Kadarius Toney? He's in the game at the bottom of the screen. Oh. Touchdown, Chiefs. But I suppose that was just coincidence too, JT. Huh? Was that coincidence also? Touchdown, Kansas City. I say it. Sometimes it happens. I just notice things. There you go. But it was a coincidence. Butker. Extra point is up. Good. Chiefs get their first lead. I figured that's what you were saying. Yum. That sounds good. And a lot of times, like I said, I just look at it from like a coordinator, point of view. And if I see someone that I haven't seen in the game in a while, so my first thought when they were in the huddle, I didn't know if they were in, but my first initial thought was Kadarius Toney, Sky Moore, are they in the game? And does the coach, and the play calling OC have the balls, enough to not go to a Kelce or to go to a Juju or an MVS, but you go further down the depth chart and you look at someone that's risky, and that maybe they don't think that you would have the balls to throw to, but that they can produce. And as soon as I saw him at the bottom of the screen, it was game over. I was like, oh, I think I've seen this play before. And there you go. Good play call. I don't know. All I know is not every single person can, see a lineup and call it, and then it happens. It's just, sometimes you can do it, but some people are better than others. Chiefs, though, nice. You know what I mean? Battling. And obviously the offensive line for both teams have been fantastic, but something's got to give. Whose D-line is going to get that big sack at the end? Who's going to be that defense that gets a fumble or a pick? But really, it might come down to a sack. That could be the difference. Whose defense is that going to be? We only have one sack between both teams. So, and I think that most people thought that the Eagles O-line would be fine, but there was a lot of question marks, including myself, with the O-line in Kansas City, but they played fantastic. You think that D-line would be able to get in there, but we haven't really heard Hassan Reddick and Chris Jones' name that much, which is surprising. Odin's son with a sixer. He's like, now they're finally ahead. Now the Chiefs fans can start to donate. There we go. Had to wait for them to get the lead. What's up, Odin son, my boy? $6 holla from the OG. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, bang, bang. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And it shows you, like no matter what, right? You got Mahomes, you got Joe Burrow, you're always going to be in the game. You know what I mean? When you're that elite, people feed off that. They feed off that legacy of that Patrick Mahomes, that Joe Burrow, but sometimes, it just doesn't happen. The other team has just got too much. Now the pressure is on Philadelphia to see if they can punch back, and they have been punching back all year. Wow, what a catch by Goddard. No, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't even coach my own Buccaneers. I wouldn't want to be a part of any organization in the NFL. Saints need a lot of work. I mean, it's tough. I get it, man. No Drew Brees, Dennis Allen didn't work out. Sean Payton's on Denver. Second down and 5. 28-27 Chiefs. Hurts. Zach Pascal. Third down. Oh, yeah, the field is terrible. I think that's one thing Chiefs fans, Eagles fans, and fans of other teams, that's 100%. You can watch on the field and see everyone slipping. Yeah, it's terrible. I mean, that's not why the Cardinals lose. They have Kyler Murray. That's why. But, I mean, they probably won't be coming back to fucking Arizona anytime soon unless they fix this fucking field. Kyler's like, see, it wasn't my fault. He's like, yeah, bro, it was. Blitz. Hurts, incomplete. Chief defense stepping up. Uncle Mo. Still early, but now the momentum has shifted. It's Kansas City now. Now, if Kansas City can get another touchdown or field goal, then the pressure will really be on Philly. Plenty of time, though. Thank you so much, Odin's son, my boy, Mike, with his own dono train. I agree to that. Wow, look at this. Wow. The hero that no one saw coming after a touchdown. He's like, give me the fucking ball. Gracie Hunt. He's like, where's Orion? I'm right here. I'm right here, Gracie. Come on, Eagles. It's starting to slip away. Starting to slip away. Kadarius Toney, it's that spark of energy that you needed. And like I said, I think Sky Moore, would have been another guy that they could have gone, to, but Kadarius, has a knack for the end zone. First and goal. They need to hold to a field goal here. If you're Philadelphia, you need to hold the 3. Yeah. He's like, damn, I'm good, he says. He's like, yeah, you are. Uh-oh, ring around the rosy. Mahomes. Floater incomplete. 3rd and goal. Got to stop to a field goal. I don't know what kind of shit they pumped into Mahomes' body after being hurt like a motherfucker and just being able to walk around there like, like what does he actually feel? Does he even feel his legs moving? All right, what do we got? Wide open. There is the other guy, Sky Moore. Touchdown, Chiefs. It's like, we should go to guys that they don't think are going to get the football. Sky Moore and Kadarius Toney. Bing bong. Bing bong. Hey, sometimes you know football. Nice job, Kansas City. Go exactly where they don't think that they're going to go. You go to the lowest guys in the depth chart. Yep, just on the opposite side. The Eagles getting bamboozled on defense. But that's what you do. You look for the guys deeper on the depth chart. The Eagles are like, they're not gonna throw to him, and that's where you throw to. Extra point is up, and it's good. Pressure on. Great job by Kansas City. You got to be able to play strong in the 4th quarter. Still have time, but it's not looking too good. Got to be able to get a good drive going here. Nice job by Kansas City. Very high scoring. I'm not sure if anyone thought it would be this high scoring. Yeah, there probably was. There probably was some holding on that long return by Kadarius Toney, but hey, shit happens. You guys had 2 fumbles and for touchdowns, and 1 got called back. So, Yeah, but that's I don't know. That's why when I say the things that I say, regardless if it's like team, I'm always looking for like the advantage. And even guys that are lower on the depth chart, like a Quez Watkins, we already know he's a liability and he's not one of the best. That's why he's like last on the depth chart. And there's a reason why, Kadarius Toney and Sky Moore don't get really a whole lot of looks. You know what I mean? Where they got other guys like MVS and Juju. But that's the point. You go to guys that they think that there's no way in hell they're going to go to that guy or this guy. It's too risky. It's a Super Bowl, not this game. Maybe another game, but not this one. And then if you do it and you execute it, then it leads to 2 touchdowns, and that's what you got. So, I mean, there's a reason why that this guy is already known as being one of the best of all time and as this being one of the best play callers. Recognizing the disadvantages and advantages of your ball club as well as compared to what you're seeing on the other side of the defense. This is great to be able to see like their minds work like that. And I don't know these people, but I just try to think like them. And then sometimes I guess we're on the same page. Fun Super Bowl. But I'll tell you, going to Kadarius Toney and Sky Moore, if you don't have these 2, chances are that they don't get the ball. You know what I mean? It takes a real special, confident coach and a really good play caller that has his pulse on his team and the defense to make a certain play call and to see if the defense recognizes it. And they literally ran the same play to the opposite side. And then the second time was even more open. So.
Being designed to extend range in satisfying ways is right for you.
Yeah, well, that's what, even with the O-line issues, running game issues, D-line issues, secondary issues for the Chiefs, as long as you have Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow in any Super Bowl, there's going to be a chance that you can win, even if your team is the fucking underdog. I mean, 35 points on the Eagle defense, that's a little much. Eagle defense doesn't really give up that much to that many people that often. But again, a big special teams play that helps the Chiefs. Fumble for a touchdown helps the Chiefs. And those are the things that needed to happen for the Chiefs to be close or to win the game. And now Holly's happy. Holly's been nervous all game and was like, uh-oh, this is going to suck. And then now you're right there where you have a shot. Now the Chiefs fans are going loud with the tomahawk chop, but it's not over yet. But being down by 8, that's tough. Not 7, 8. It's like, do you go for 2? Do you just take the touchdown and then just play good defense and just play the numbers game? You know? But again, this is going to mean more for Mahomes' legacy, you know, if they end up getting the win, because it's like their team wasn't even matched up very well against Philadelphia, and they found a way to, you know, battle and fight. And you got to give the offensive line, you know, a big kudos too if the Chiefs end up winning this game. That was the single reason why, being able to contain that defense and preventing a lot of sack lunches and pressure. If Mahomes has time, he'll rip you up just like Burrow. But if you get to him, different story. Sanders. This is one of the best Super Bowls like ever, isn't it? Is it just me, or is it like, you know, I know it's like a stressful and whatnot, right? But it's like overall like entertainment value. We haven't got bored with the game at all. You know what I mean? Like, it's been constant where we're engaged, we're excited, you know, we're keeping our eyes focused on the game. I mean, that doesn't happen very often. First down, Eagles. First down and 10. Jalen runs out of bounds. $35-27 Chiefs. Great game. Yeah, and that says a lot if you and me are like, wow, this is good. Like, our teams aren't in it, but we love quality football, and it's been good. But I would say the Eagles defense has let them down today. You know, to give up 35 and to have the lapse and on the special teams and not being able to get to Mahomes. I mean, that's where you're sitting in this position right now. If the defense was better and they won that matchup against that O-line, the score is flipped. 3rd and 5, but they still have a chance to make up for it. Jalen, there we go. First down, Eagles, A.J. Brown. Less than 6 minutes. Hurts. Going long. Going deep. He's open. Devontae Smith. Oh, baby. Oh. Woo. Just like that, huh? Wow. Wow. Where's the coverage there? Where's the secondary, Chiefs? Oh, L'Jarius Sneed? That was garbage. Where was the coverage? Uh-oh. Jalen. Touchdown, Eagles. Jalen with 4 touchdowns. 1 passing and 3 rushing. You crazy mofo. You crazy mofo. Nice job. What a fucking Super Bowl. The sports gods were like, "Oh, dog, we kind of fucked it up during the regular season. We could have been better, but we're gonna make sure we end with a bang." All right, 2-point attempt, 35-33. Shotgun set. Hurts. Oh, he got it. Oh, baby. MVP? MVP? Ooh. MVP? Wow. Gutsy to get that 2-point conversion at the end. It's not easy. Wowee. 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 My goodness. Holy smokes. I don't think we can put Jalen and Dak in the same category ever again. It's like now we start thinking about, Jalen, if he can keep this up over his career, yeah, the Eagles aren't going to go to the Super Bowl every year, but if he can keep up, this type of play with the supporting cast, I mean, there is a chance, for him to be a consistent top 10 quarterback moving forward. Shit, he might even get into the top 5. I know we got, Mahomes and Burrow and Allen and Herbert, but there's got to be wiggle room for other dudes to get up there. And wow. Oh my. Oh my. Is this the best Super Bowl that we've seen in like how long? Can we think of another, like what other Super Bowl has been as good as this one? I mean, we're at 5 minutes left and we don't even know what's going to happen. Unbelievable. 35-35. Much higher scoring than I ever anticipated. Whenever you think a team is going to fold, they typically do. But in this game, they don't. It's like, okay, one team scores and the other team is going to fuck up. Nope. They punch back. And then the other team does something and then another team punches back. It's like back and forth, just jabbing. It's like that UFC championship last night that I watched after the basketball game. Crazy. Back and forth, back and forth. I mean, there has been some lapses. You know what I mean? We had the fumble for the touchdown for Nick Bolton, the Chiefs defense. Got that. Jalen fucked up there. But since then, he's got 27 for 37. If you want to know what MVP stats look like, let's look. 27 for 37, 304 yards, 1 TD, no picks. And he's got 15 carries for 70 yards and 3 TDs. Get the fuck out of here. A total of 74 and 4 tutties. I mean, there's certain guys, legends, that don't even put up stats like that. But it shows you the quarterbacks and the offenses that are run today. They're going to run the football. They're going to push, from behind, and they're going to dogpile it in there, and you can't stop it. It's just, that's got to be frustrating if you're a Chiefs, defense. Like, we already know they're going to run the damn ball, and we can't do anything. But it can go either way here. We can go to overtime. We could have a field goal at the end. We could have a big turnover, which could lead to a score and a win. Unbelievable. And honestly, if my streak ends of calling Super Bowls today, I don't care. We had a fantastic fucking Super Bowl today. Fucking just tied a TD. Well, Maha salute. Like I said, I think the main thing is the Chiefs' offensive line played better than anticipated, and the Eagles' defense played worse than anticipated. I think those are fair statements, being 35-35 right now. And it shows you can't predict everything. Can't predict game flow, and you can't predict injuries. Yes, we're going to predict some plays here and there. Who's going to get the ball? My boy, Gordon Ramsay. That's my boy. LeBron James. Jay-Z, Adele, Floyd with his ice, McCartney. Where's Holly? Why didn't they show Holly on the screen? That's disrespectful. What, they can't show Holly Hundo on the screen? That'd be dope if they did. YouTube superstar mod, Holly Hundo. Pacheco. Eagles need a turnover. I mean, I'm already stressed out, and I'm not even a fan of the Chiefs or Eagles per se. I can only imagine what the Eagle and Chief fans are thinking right now, that it could literally go either way and how painful this is going to be to whoever loses this game, where it's literally in grasp that you could have won the Super Bowl. Not a lot of times you can say that with 4:45 left in the fourth, that you legitimately can win or lose. And I feel for you guys. The winner is going to feel so happy. The loser is going to feel cheated because it was so close. Juju with the catch. What a Super Bowl. Unbelievable. I mean, we had a shitty natty, so this definitely makes up for that. I'm not as jaded now and irritated about, oh, big! Whoa! Oh, shit. Someone call 911. Oh, shit. Oh, he popped the fuck out of him. Pa-pow! Oh, right in the chest, too. Jesus. Gardner Johnson with a Saints kind of hit. That was the hardest pop of the game. Jesus. I don't know if he'll come back in. That looked like it fucking hurt. That might spark a little momentum for Philly. My goodness. CJ Gardner Johnson. Big hit. Those are the type of hits I look forward to seeing. You know, stuff that reminds me of back, you know, in the 80s and 90s. That's how it used to be on the regular.
On a bear in a hot tub. Ready? Turn the jets on. Animal Control premieres this Thursday on Fox. Start with a bang.
What a fucking game, man. So happy. So happy that we actually get something like this. And this is going to go down as one of the best Super Bowls ever. I really think that as we go back and watch, there was, you know, some anticipation, some excitement, some stuff that we were able to predict. But I mean, Patrick Mahomes, you're like, well, you know, maybe he didn't really have the best game. If you actually look at his stat line, which people haven't really took the chance to take a little peek, started off a little slow, right? 27 for 37, 304 for Jalen. Mahomes is at 19 for 25, 175, and 3 touchdowns. No picks. So, what a game. Like the first time that both quarterbacks have had like elite games in the Super Bowl. I can't remember the last time I've seen both quarterbacks play elite. And I mean, maybe it's because they're both the brothers. The first time the two black quarterbacks. I don't know what it is. And also, you know, both guys were the top 2 MVP candidates that should have won the award. So we ended up getting the 2 best at this time. And goddamn, they're showing it. I'm really excited for the future for both of these teams. Odin Son's like, fuck that Tubi. The Tubi. 3rd down and 1. Mahomes. Pacheco. Bouncing to the outside. 1st down. Chiefs. And I really do appreciate every single one of y'all that has stuck with me. And I promise you, as the years go on and the months go on, you will remember where you were when you were watching this game. This will be something, if you were in here the whole game, this will be something that we talk about for a long, long time. 35-35 with 2:55 left. My God. Mahomes, 1st and 10. Scrambling. Running away. Oh! First down, Chiefs. Wow. The amount of drugs that have been pumped into that leg, they must now not even have blood or veins. It must be just like robot legs, because I don't understand how this is possible. How are you running away with a high ankle sprain? How is that possible? Someone explain. Huh? Like, do you even feel your body? What a warrior. Whether you love Mahomes or hate Mahomes, you have to respect the hell out of him. He is superstar, the best quarterback in the league most of the time. Pacheco, 2-minute warning. Oh, man. You just got to have enough enough time for Philly. Philly needs at least like a minute, so if they score here and bleed the clock a little bit and, they get the ball back with 50 seconds to a minute, that's enough for the Eagles to drive down and, tie or win.
It's like Wi-Fi that runs on 5G. Home internet from T-Mobile. Wait till you see. Tell me more. One cord's all that you need. Tell me more. Don't you worry about speed. I can't believe it. It's just $50. Why pay more? Paying more sucks. T-Mobile home internet seems too good.
The only thing bad about the Super Bowl is you could say either the commercials or maybe the Rihanna thing could be better. But other than that, I mean, I think everything else has been way above and beyond than we ever even imagined. And good for once, for us to be able to get something more than what we expected. As fans, we deserve this. We had way too many shitty games this year. The whole fucking Denver Broncos on the schedule with Russ and that whole fucking mess. That was terrible. Absolutely terrible. Nathaniel Hackett and fucking Russell Wilson, they ruined it for the NFL. But it was more than them. I mean, the most intense painkiller that you can still have in your body while still functioning to a certain degree. This is really dope. If you guys are looking for a cool show, Next Level Chef is awesome. Okay. Oh, it's on after? Motherfucker. Is it recorded? Okay, it is. It's awesome. I mean, a lot of people are drunk or faded, so they're not going to necessarily watch it after the Super Bowl, but it's awesome. They have this competition, and then the plates and the ingredients are on different levels. So then the people that go in, they only have a certain amount of time to grab certain things, and then it goes up to the next level. Very cool idea. And plus, you got Gordon Ramsay and a couple of the other, high-end chefs with the Michelin stars, and it's awesome. I mean, I like Master Chef and Master Chef Junior too, but it's a good one. I didn't realize it was on right after the Super Bowl. Otherwise, I mean, I got to go to the store and do all that, so I'll probably watch it with the GF probably later tonight, or maybe I'll watch it tomorrow. But awesome. Was not expecting it to be on so soon. This is a win-win tonight. Super Bowl and Next Level Chef. Fuck out of here. Gordon Ramsay, Juju, slips.
Kansas City and you happen to bust one, whether they decide to put the ball in the air or they just play it safe and hand the ball off.
Oh, yeah. Always trying to grab the nostalgia people from, Grease or musicals or, Scrubs. If you're familiar, I mean, like I said, it just depends if kept up with movies and TV in the generation that they're trying to target. You're absolutely right. Nostalgia gets the, I mean, shit, well, look at me. I mean, anything 80s and 90s, I turn into like a little teenage girl and I just freak out. Like I find like some thread, that's got, commercials and toys and video games and just whatever, pizza, food. And I can watch 80s, 90s stuff for like an hour. And it just brings back like shitloads of memories of, whatever it is. Squeeze-Its or whatever. Mahomes, 3rd down and 8. Pressure. Lofting, incomplete. Flag. Oh, is this a late hit on Mahomes? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's see what it is. Mahomes has been good too, though. 4 carries, 51 yards, 3 TDs, no picks. Oh, holding on the defense. Wow. Who was it? Oh, Bradbury. Finley, it's your Bradbury. What is he doing? Eagles have made some mistakes here in the 4th quarter that are very uncharacteristic for the Chiefs to get back in this game. 1st down and 10. Eagles only have 1 timeout left. They need time. Mahomes. McKinnon. Are they just going to let him score? Yep. Oh, and he got down. Philly was just like, score. And then most of the time they do. But at least McKinnon was smart enough to recognize when he had an instance early in the year where he went in or didn't get out of bounds or went out of bounds that needed to stay in bounds. So at least that he made up for that. He said weak ass call, my buddy. And then it makes you, then you get all the conspiracy theorists, like when we haven't had any penalties pretty much the whole game. And then you get like a controversial one like that. Is it controversial? Is it weak? I mean, it was their holding. Yes. Should they have called that penalty? And based on how the flow of the game has gone, I don't know. You know what I mean? But they called it. Nothing you can do now. 2nd down and 1. So now they're just trying to bleed the clock and have Butker kick the field goal. Wow. I don't know. I know Chiefs fans aren't going to give a shit if they, if they win the Super Bowl, they're not going to care. But that is a very kind of sus, call there at the very end when you never really called it all game. And then all of a sudden, but that's how football works. You know what I mean? Remember the Packers and the Buccaneers at the end of the game, when things were kind of in the balance and then some fucking holding call or something. That's, but you're always going to get the conspiracy people or the script people. They wanted Mahomes to win it all along. And whenever there's a 50-50 call, they're going to go for, that team or whatever. 3rd down and 6. You're in a bad situation now here if you're the Eagles. But again, you fucked up in the 4th quarter. You know what I mean? Like you gave up the big Kadarius Toney, the Sky Moore, the big return, and the penalty here. So, I mean, like you have to play your best football in the 4th quarter, and the Chiefs have been playing better football. But that was kind of a weak call. I mean, yeah. So now they're going to kick it with and then the Eagles are going to only have 10 seconds. That's tough. That is tough. So it looks like my streak is going to come to an end unless Butker misses. He missed earlier, but he's not going to miss probably from this close. So I don't know. I mean, Chiefs are going to take any kind of Super Bowl that they can get, but there is not going to be a lot of happy people outside of Chief fans. I mean, Eagle fans are going to feel kind of ripped off, but you should have played better in the 4th. Right? That's true. But to lose the game when the game has been in the balance based off that one call, that sucks. Period. I mean, Jalen went 27 for 37, 304 yards, 1 TD, no picks, 15 carries, 70 yards, 3 tutties, a total of 4. Mahomes has got 3 touchdowns, 21 for 27, 182. But just to end the game that way, I'm not sure if any fan is going to be happy with that ending. Chiefs fans are going to be ecstatic, but even real Chief fans are not going to feel good about this, because they know there's going to be backlash and they're not going to be able to enjoy their Super Bowl as much as they would if it was a clean win. I think that's just the honest truth. That's what all the people are going to be talking about tonight and tomorrow, unfortunately, unless we get a miss here. And if we get a miss here and then we go to overtime, then all is forgiven. But I don't know if that's going to happen. I mean, Butker has missed some, but unless it's in the script. 4th down and 8. Butker, kick is up, and it's good. Holly's jumping up and down. Now you got to feel, like you just let it slip through your fingers there. And it shows you sometimes you can have O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling, but as long as Mahomes and Burrow are out there, right, sometimes they can do the magic. And that apparently that's what we're going to get today. So it's the first time that unless we get a miracle here, and we get some kind of return for a touchdown or something crazy, but what a hard-fought battle, but no one wants to see it end like that, But again, you have to play your best football in the 4th quarter. Yeah, O-line for the Chiefs played well, and the defense for the Eagles did not play up to their caliber. 4th quarter was sloppy, and you let the Chiefs come back in the game. It's just plain and simple. That call at the end fucking sucked, but there was the Kadarius Toney long return, the Toney touchdown, the Sky Moore touchdown. Cyberpunk, crazy game, dude. What a battle. But really, the offensive line for the Chiefs deserves a lot of kudos. To me, O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. The coaching and play calling from Andy Reid and Bieniemy have been top-notch. Pat Mahomes playing with the injury, but the offensive line not allowing sack lunches on Pat. He didn't have any on him. So if you keep Pat Mahomes clean, against one of the arguably the best defense in football, you probably deserve to win. You know what I mean? Because you had to get to the quarterback 3 to 5 times, try to get a couple picks, and none of that happened. Shotgun set. Last opportunity for the Eagles here. It's like Hail Mary situation. And that's it. And the Chiefs win. The Chiefs win. The Chiefs win. Unbelievable. So there's the legacy part. The NFL maybe wanted, Mahomes to get it, Andy Reid, and, maybe they didn't play the best game, but they played the best 4th quarter. And that's what really, decides the games. You have to play great in the second half. We know the Chiefs have issues on the O-line normally, not today. Normally they have issues at the running game, not today. D-line, right? Sometimes there's issues there. Secondary, right? There was no really picks that were thrown, but questionable call at the end. But still, you got to think who won the 4th quarter. Who won the 4th quarter? If you're going to go MVP, it's probably got to be Mahomes. But maybe they'll give it to someone else if they go Nick Bolton, since Mahomes won the regular season MVP. So he already made history himself too, because the last 9 that won the regular season MVP lost the Super Bowl. If Mahomes wins the MVP, he'll be the first to break history. And so yeah, Nick Bolton or Patrick Mahomes should be your MVP. One of those two. Or it'd be really cool if they could just give it to the whole offensive line, but. Yeah, but you have to realize also too why. You know what I mean? There's question marks on the O-line, the running game, the D-line, and the secondary. It's not like the AFC teams have good defense. You know what I'm saying? The NFC teams have elite defense. The AFC don't really have a defense. But when you have scary, good play calling and execution, right? And then you have these two, and when you have these two, you always have a shot. And that's what happened. You guys executed in the fourth quarter, and the Eagles let it slip away. Yeah. But also too, you know, even with the call that happened, giving up the Tony and Sky Moore touchdown, that was it. You can't give those up. You know what I mean? And if you give up those touchdowns there late, then they come back. If you hold them, then you win. So well, like I said, for as far as, so I think, I mean, I'm just calling it how I see it. But of course, there's always going to be haters towards a team that's always there. So you have to understand, being a Chief fan, you are the new New England Patriots. People are going to hate you. You know, they're going to hate Mahomes. They're going to hate Kelsey. They're going to get sick and tired of seeing you guys in the Super Bowl and in the AFC Championship game. I know it's weird because it's like, for the longest time, you were the one on the outside hating on the New England Patriots. But now, you know, everyone's going to be hating on y'all. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's just how it's going to be. But as far as legacy is concerned, 2 Super Bowls out of 3 years. Nice job. I feel really bad for the Eagles fans, but you know what I mean? Like I said, whenever you have those two and the coaches, you have a shot. Yeah, but I know some Chief fans aren't going to care, but I know some are going to get in arguments, you know, with the call. That's what they're going to bring up. They were not going to even be able to celebrate properly, you know, that Chiefs won the Super Bowl. You know, they're gonna make all about that call. You know, anti-Chief people, Eagle fans, haters. You know, and I tried to tell some of those Eagle fans, like Birdman, being so extra on, you know, being so extra, you know, on TikTok, and, you know, and this, you know, being, I'm not saying a nuisance, you know what I mean? But when you get extra braggy, I always feel that the sports karma, sometimes finds a way to bite you. And I mean, they'll be back, you know what I mean? But what a tough one to lose, especially being the best team all year. Cyberpunk, 2 Super Bowls, 2 MVPs, 2 Super Bowl MVPs, $222 dono. Bang, bang, boom, boom. Bang, bang, boom, boom. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you. $222. Cyberpunk is happy. Holly actually got to go to the Super Bowl. And even in a situation when you guys were the underdog, it shows you, man, that the Eagles were the underdog in 2017. The Chiefs were the underdog this year. You can be an underdog and win. And it's just sad that a majority of America will be commenting on that penalty, right, instead of actually giving the Chiefs credit. And also Eagle fans forgetting that they fucked up in the fourth quarter and gave up all those big plays to Kadarius Toney, 2 of them, and Sky Moore. Think about it. Even if that penalty gets called, the game isn't tied. At that point, you're still ahead, you know, by like a touchdown at least, even if you give 1 touchdown. So thank you so much for your generosity. And honestly, Chief fans, they're probably super excited right now. And man, unbelievable. What a good game. And I don't mind being wrong. You know, I've gotten like 20 Super Bowl winners correct, but with this type of game, I don't mind, you know, being wrong. It's like the Undertaker streak has to come to an end, you know, 21-1. You know, Brock Lesnar, your boy got F5, but I was able to predict quite a few plays in that game like I typically do in a game. Not coincidence, as JT would say, you know. Sometimes it's just coincidence. Yeah, 1 time a game, but when I'm doing it 5 or 6 times a game, it's not coincidence. So.
Because this is what it was made for. I mean, as a walking, talking kitty, my options are pretty limited. Yay, the energy from Nasonex means you can smell your cologne.
Oh, man.
So that's on purpose.
Thank you so much, Cyberpunk.
Celebrate all day
I appreciate you. And I think a majority of America was rooting for the Chiefs because they're a little bit more easier to root for. I mean, unless you're an Eagle fan, but I know, outsiders don't really like Philadelphia. They don't really root for them. You know what I mean? I just try to not be biased with fandom and just call it how I see it. But this is the first time where O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling, it didn't come true. The Philadelphia defense did not play good. Chiefs offensive line played great. Those are two things that we did not see coming. That the Eagle defense not playing like the traditional Eagle defense, even with Mahomes being out there. I mean, last time I checked when, Tampa Bay went to the Super Bowl against Mahomes, he threw for this many touchdowns. How many did he have? 3. So as great as the Eagle defense was, it wasn't good as Tampa Bay's. It wasn't as good as the Rams. So unfortunate. So close. 3-point game. But it's more than just that questionable penalty call. And they always do that every year, too. Always in the fourth quarter, it could be like no penalties, no penalties, no penalties. And there's always some fucked up, controversial penalty at the end. But again, even with the penalty, you had to take care of business in the fourth. You can't let Kadarius Toney get the touchdown, which I called. You can't get the long return, and then you can't get the Sky Moore. If those things don't happen, the Eagles win. It's tough. Tough. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Chiefs are champs. Congratulations to them. And, the Chiefs and the Eagles are the two biggest fan bases, that support me. But like I said, I can't cater just to one or another. I just have to be honest and real. And like I said, in the years that I've usually done predictions, I'm not wrong often. But what I have said, and it's very clear, I've said it from the beginning, if Mahomes or Burrow are out there, they are going to win some. There's going to be a time where those teams are underdogs, but those guys are so good that sometimes they'll make enough plays to win. Not every time, but in this case now you have, getting closer to Joe Montana, getting closer to Tom Brady, 2 wins out of 3 instead of 1 win out of 3. And then it makes me feel good that Tampa was the one to beat the Chiefs. I mean, it doesn't look like the Chiefs are going to lose that often, even when their team is in full strength and a high ankle sprain. Like, you have to realize that the media loves to push Mahomes, but they do it for a good reason because he's great. When they push Josh Allen, it's like they're trying to push a narrative off on you, right? But what has he accomplished compared to Mahomes? It's not the same. So even Burrow is more accomplished than Josh Allen. Panthers fan, he's letting him know he doesn't give a shit about NFC representing NFC teams. He said, cry, Eagles, cry. That's harsh. $5 holla. Panthers fan has no love for the Eagles, apparently. Bang, bang. $5 holla. Thank you so much. I need to put in the dono here. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. $371, baby. It was one of the best Super Bowls I've ever seen. No lie. I was engaged the whole way through. We got a little bit of magic. You know what I mean? Got Nick Bolton. And again, another reason why the Chiefs won, when you get a pick six, a fumble for a touchdown, a punt return or a kick return for a touchdown, and they almost accomplished 2 of those things. They got 1, and the other one was 5 yards away. Your chances of winning the game goes up 30%. And, without that play, they don't win the Super Bowl. And then he almost got 2, but then the other fumble got called back. So Michael with a tenner. Yeah, but this is going to go as a Super Bowl classic instantly. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, 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 $10 holla. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you. If you got some photos that you'd like to see, I'll take care of you guys. Yeah, great game, man. That's got to be really, really tough to stomach because the Eagles usually have been the most disciplined team all the way through. Just some uncharacteristic football in the fourth quarter and just a couple footballs bouncing the opposite way. And it shows you how close it can be from winning and losing. Unbelievable. Lenny in the building. What to do? How you holding up? Tough, dude. You could argue that might have been one of the best Super Bowls like ever. Like ever. You know what I mean? Like as far as like engagement, not losing focus, and having it being so close the whole game. But also, too, this is a big thing for Andy Reid's legacy. Not only that, Bieniemy's legacy and Mahomes, because it shows you 1 year after getting rid of Tyreek, some people thought they would finish in third in the division or fourth, and they went to the Super Bowl and won without Tyreek, and they had to change the whole philosophy of the offense, right? Instead of just going from Travis Kelce every game, right, that they had to make everyone a threat to get the football. And they did, whether it be Juju or MVS or Justin Watson, Kadarius Toney, Sky Moore, Pacheco, Jerick McKinnon, fucking Rojo, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, even though he didn't play. That to me is the most impressive thing about this year is that they are so good at the top with their organization. Got a little bit of lucky, you know what I mean? But being able to call the right plays, execute at the right time. And when you have these two or these two, there's always going to be a shot, just like Tom Brady. It's almost the same exact thing. If you got Tom Brady, just like Mahomes or Andy Reid, you're always going to be in the game at some point. Oh, I bet Holly's just losing her mind.
All of a sudden, your offense just started going. What was the difference? Well, I contributed that to the offensive line, Pat Mahomes, and the rest of the offensive players. They did a great job. Eric Bieniemy.
Yeah, like I said, the defense is what lost it for you guys. You guys didn't get picks. You guys didn't get sacks. You know, the offensive line was shaky at best for the Chiefs. So I thought, shit, you guys should be able to get in there. But it shows you if you don't get to Burrow and Mahomes, you're going to lose. Period. You have to get a couple picks, 3 to 5 sacks to change the flow of the game. If those plays don't happen and you just let the guy go back there, you're fucked. And I don't think I've ever seen a team that doesn't get the pressure on the elite quarterback be able to win, but we almost had one. Chiefs. Cyberpunk $222. Bang, bang. Thank you so much, brother. Talk about legacy, taking the next step. But like I said, finding a way to win, without Tyreek and saying, oh, you guys can't win without Tyreek. Well, apparently they can. But the real big difference of breaking down this game, not necessarily Jalen or Mahomes, it was the offensive line for the Chiefs and the bad defense for the Eagles. That was the difference. You know what I mean? Like the Eagles don't usually give up that many. And if you are supposed to have the number one defense, even over the Niners or the Cowboys, we expected Eagle fans and us as fans expected a little more. I think that's fair to say. So, exactly. I agree. But what the narrative is going to be, and the dumbasses, they're going to say the penalty. But what about the poor defense all game and the fourth quarter lackluster performance? So you're smart. I know a lot of people are. Tough. $19.69 for Mike. For Bella. Thank you. Thanks, Bella. Thanks, Mike.
What did he say, if anything? Just told everybody be yourselves. Uncharacteristic in the beginning.
$19.69. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Thank y'all. Appreciate you. And I'll try to get some photos in here as well. Sprinkle some in. Another Super Bowl for the legacy. Appreciate you, Cyberpunk. And I'll try to get some more photos for y'all. Unbelievable game. Well, especially winning it without Tyreek. That's the big thing. You know, like I said, they're going to go down in history and doing something that we may never see ever again. Have one philosophy, lose one of the best players in the NFL, change the philosophy up 1 year later. You didn't even have a year to like see what happens, and then you go all the way and then you win. To me, that sets the gold standard of not only this, but this. But the offensive line needs to be able to get some credit, because that ultimately, if the O-line wasn't as good as they were, the Chiefs are not at 38 points. Yeah. I mean, I'm convinced that he's an alien. You know, I'm not sure if he's human, bro. It's like, you know, before the injury, after the injury, him running away. I don't know. He might be a clone or something. He's special. Yeah, and I thought the running game would be suspect, and they had more yards running than Philadelphia. Believe it or not, they got 158 to 115. And like I said, I thought that the running game, the O-line, the D-line, and the defense could be an issue, but Nick Bolton played great, and you got better play. And like I said, the Eagles just didn't play good enough defense there. I don't think both defenses played hard. You know, if you have a good defense, you don't give up 38 and 35 points, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, if you played a good defensive game, you know what I mean? Like, you know, like I said, Tampa Bay played Patrick Mahomes and he didn't score one touchdown. So how do you explain that? That's good defense. You know, that's elite defense. What my Tampa Bay Bucks did. There's no defense. There was not a whole lot of defense that was being. You don't get to 38-35 and be like, both teams had great D. No. Eagles defense would play like shit, and that's why they lost. Eagle fans will even admit it. I mean, if you watch the game, it's clear. O-line for the Chiefs played a 10. Eagles defense, which normally is a 10, played like a 5 tonight, and really played bad in the fourth, unfortunately, and that was the difference. All right, let me get rid of some of these photos. What a game. Unbelievable. And history sometimes is meant to be broken, you know, so you can win regular season MVP, or let's see if they give Mahomes the MVP. But if he gets the MVP, he'll be the first quarterback in 10 Super Bowls to win the regular season MVP and Super Bowl MVP, unless they give it to like Nick Bolton. But the bottom line is they won. And then, like I said, I knew this was going to hurt for whatever team lost, because I figured it would be by 3, and it was. And the Chiefs missed a field goal, so it could have been a 6-point win. So we had that earlier. That didn't necessarily come back and bite them. And obviously we know what kind of heart the Eagles have to get the touchdown and the 2-point conversion. So they tried doing everything that they could on their side, on the offensive side of the ball. But defense wins championships, typically. Mahomes got it. Nice. So he broke history today. And then, of course, there's going to be all kinds of Chief haters, Mahomes haters, this and that. But it's, I mean, you know, Jalen played great. You know, Mahomes played good too. But the narrative of, you know, Josh Allen or someone else being better than Mahomes, you know, as they keep stacking Super Bowls, you can't say that. You can't be like, oh, Burrow and Allen. I mean, if you're going to go one, you have to go Burrow. But the Allen talk needs to stop now. What a great game, though. Not the result that everyone wanted. Kind of a suspect call there at the end. But again, that wasn't the reason that the game was decided. All right, we'll do some photos here. Try to get a couple. And it's not like the Eagles haven't won a Super Bowl recently. They got one too, so. Trying to give you like Super Bowl parade stuff or Super Bowl stuff. That was from the Eagles. And then I got one from Mahomes for Michael. Damn, Next Level Chef is coming on already. I got to change the channel. I can't watch it.
Welcome to the world's toughest culinary competition, Next Level Chef.
Oh, I can't watch this right now. Fuck. I got to change the channel. I can't be watching this right now.
So I created a 3-level culinary proving ground.
This show is super dope, though. If you are a fan of food shows, I highly recommend watching this. You'll be entertained. It's awesome.
Only way to move to the top is to cook your way up. Can you rise above the rest?
Well, I know Chiefs fans are going to be just going wild, crazy. Eagles fans, keep your head up. This won't be the last time. It looks like, especially there's going to be some wiggle room. A lot of the old school, quarterbacks are no longer there. So this won't be the last time that we will see these teams, I don't think. One from the Saints Super Bowl. All right, I'm trying to get another one here.
With an amazing 1-year mentorship and $250,000 on the line, the journey to the top.
Why am I watching this right now?
Challenge is to deliver a classic dish in only 45 minutes with whatever ingredients they can grab from the platform.
It's like fighting for your last meal.
And by the end of tonight, one chef will lead the competition for good. If there's ever a time for you to cook the best dish of your lives, this is it. This is the evolution of cooking competitions. And it starts, right?
I need to change the channel. I can't be watching this right now. I need to be able to have my full focus and attention when I watch a program like that. There's Breeze. Look how young he is. Wow, what a game. Well, I don't know how long we'll go for, as far as everything. I mean, if we want to go for another like 14 minutes, I still need to go to the store, and spend some time with Paisley and whatnot, but we can definitely, I guess, I mean, I don't necessarily have to go. I mean, we've already been going for almost 5 hours, but we'll kind of just play it by ear. We'll go for another 13 minutes. We'll see if we have anybody come in and show love and, have any conversation or any like last minute donos. And then we'll kind of evaluate and go from there. I don't think anyone did. You know what I mean? Like I thought the offensive line was going to be a huge liability for the Chiefs. It was their strength of the game. Right. And then I thought, the Eagles defense is going to be able to do enough to win. And they fell a little short. I was not expecting that. But that's what's beautiful about the NFL. Even if I was able to predict like 3, 4, 5 plays in the game, this is the first Super Bowl winner I've gotten wrong in like 20 plus years just because of my MO, O-line, D-line, defense coaching, play calling, and it failed this game. But that's what happens. I don't mind having my streak end. I got F5 by Brock Lesnar and, the Kansas City Chiefs. So. And it happens. I mean, it was a hell of a game. That was one of the best Super Bowls I've ever seen. I just feel really, really bad for the Eagles, and the joy for the Chief fans for being the huge underdog. But even when they were huge underdogs, there was a lot of hate towards the Eagles. I know Chief fans think people were hating on them, maybe on the internet, but I think a lot of the bets were going for Kansas City. They were going for Mahomes. They weren't really giving the Eagles respect. They're like O-line, D-line, defense, whatever. That's what kind of I felt like the internet, maybe was one thing, but like the internet might have been hating on the Chiefs. But I think as far as the bettors, a lot of the bettors were going Kansas City. I didn't bet, so I didn't win or didn't lose. But yeah, I definitely was surprised. But again, it shows you how important it is to play good football in the second half, and you have to execute. You know what I mean? Can't make mistakes. And even with the questionable play call at the end, Kadarius Toney, Sky Moore, if those plays don't happen, the Eagles win. It's just a very suspect, just kind of let down with the defense. It was very uncharacteristic for Philadelphia the whole game. I mean, shit, when the leading tackler is Avonte Maddox, you're fucked. You already know that that's a problem. Fletcher Cox had what, one fucking tackle? Are you kidding me? Hassan Reddick, one tackle, no sack lunches. Josh Sweat, one tackle, and that's a salute to the Chiefs O-line. How the hell did Fletcher Cox, Reddick, and Sweat combine for 3 tackles total? That's how you win a Super Bowl. But that won't be talked about by any narrative on any big program. I highly doubt it. But the O-line was the real MVP of the Super Bowl. Crazy stuff. What a good, entertaining game. I need to change the channel. I can't be watching this. I really do respect all those people, too. So hard to be able to grind and see. They got this like platform, and they got to grab the food and the ingredients in a short period of time, and then it starts moving up. And then if you don't grab all the stuff, you're fucked. Like so you have to be able to manage and think about the ingredients and the plate that you're gonna make. I mean, you have to a lot of problem solving skills, multitasking, and then there goes the lift, and then it goes to the next level. She's like, I'm Puerto Rican. I don't know how to cook with yogurt.
I'm a seafood guy, and shrimp is kind of like my staple. I like shrimp, a little garlic, a little heat.
Shout out to Mike, Cyberpunk, Odin's son, Mike, Sarah, Zini Panini, all on the Cash App, plus all the donos that we had here on the Super Chat. Appreciate you guys. And like I said, we had 3 really low streams this week, 1 good one, and then we paired up the 1 good one with this one. So this is really going to help a lot with the fam. So I appreciate you guys very much.
Anything I put my mind to, I want to win. Spending 8 years in the National Football League, that's all you know. Now I found my new passion with cooking. I'm not a professional chef, I'm just a home cook, but now I'm getting an opportunity to cook against some amazing chefs. I want people to see that anything is possible.
I agree.
Don't count me out.
The backbreaker was the punt return. It's one thing when Kadarius scored, but to set up the other score, that was the end, beginning of the end. That was the beginning of the end of the momentum shift. I totally agree. You know what I mean? I mean, the Jalen fumbling took a little bit of steam, but you still could have won the game with a good fourth quarter. I'm not sure what happened there. Just the offensive line for the Chiefs played like they had 5 Pro Bowlers. I don't know. All year, Cox, Reddick, Sweat, all their guys. I'm just very confused that they weren't able to get through. It's not like Mitchell Schwartz and Fisher are still there. I know they have some talent, Orlando Brown. They have some players there, but I don't think anyone thought that they were going to play like the best offensive line on planet Earth. And then the defense was going to play from the best in the world to average. It's a Super Bowl. What the fuck? And then special teams too. But that's how the cookie crumbles, I guess. Incredible. I'm proud of Jalen too. And he's never going to be considered a Dak 2.0 in my book ever again. It's going to be, maybe Dak will be known as Jalen, 2.0, because he just one guy is clearly better than the other. And it shows you how important a second half is. Mistakes, how they're magnified, how penalties can magnify a situation, but really the defense and special teams, something that we thought would be better for the Eagles, just wasn't there. And anytime you play a Mahomes or Burrow, they're going to have a shot. But to act like the Chiefs, were on a level playing field with the Eagles, it wasn't that way. The Eagles had the better depth overall. They didn't have any holes, in my opinion. Chiefs, O-line, running game, defensive line, secondary. Those are my, head scratchers. Are we going to get good or bad or non-existent? So, crazy stuff. Megan with a $5. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. $5 holla. Appreciate you. I totally agree. You know, the energy out of the locker room, you know what I mean? And being there before. But like I said, I mean, with all that being said, it's just execution is usually Philly's strength. And it's not like Kansas City has elite defense or an elite O-line. Like, it definitely favored the Eagles to win the game, and that's why they were favored on the Vegas line. And I wouldn't have picked them if I didn't think that they had a complete team, you know. But you always, in the back of your mind, you go against Brady, Mahomes, Burrow, even if they have holes on that team. Sometimes it's just good enough with Andy Reid, Bieniemy, and Kelsey and Mahomes. But think about that again. You know, how many people are going to have something better than this? Nobody in the league. Who's going to have something better than this in the league? Nobody. You know what I mean? It's like they are a true special group with the two of them together and the two of them together. I mean, head coach, OC, and quarterback, tight end, there's nobody better as far as a team, like a fearsome foursome. There's no one better. And 2 Super Bowl wins. Could have been 3 if Tampa wasn't so good that year, but you can't win them all. So crazy stuff. Well, I can get a few more photos for some of y'all. What do you want? You want Juju in USC? Is that what you want to see? And then I'm not sure if Cyberpunk or some of the other people, Mike, if it's still in the building or not. But if there's anyone that's donated throughout the show that wants me to throw something up here at the end, please holler. See if I can find at least one Juju here. Yeah, but I never pick, teams or games based off like one of my college favorites, being on the team that's in the Super Bowl. I got to look at team altogether. It just so happened that, it lined up for you. But yeah, crazy game. Unbelievable. One of the best games I've ever seen. One of the best Super Bowls I've ever seen. And very painful for Philadelphia. Spray painted field, yes. A lot of injuries. The field was terrible. Rihanna could have been better. The commercials were terrible. The field was terrible, but the game was awesome. Love you guys too. I did not expect us to get to this type of number. I mean, shit, I think we had 3 streams of $25 or under this week, which is just insanity, when we hit 200 every day for 6 months. But I get it. It happens. And then we had a nice, like, almost $200 day, close to 200 or over 200 for one day. And then we went ham today. So, I mean, from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys so much, because like I said, I got rent going up. My cell phone is due. I got to go get groceries. Groceries cost a fuckload. Like, it's like one thing where, things are a little slow, but, when you grind for 4 or 5 hours, you definitely hope to at least get half of the goal. So it's like, if you're grinding for 4 or 5 hours, you pray, okay, if it's a bad night, hopefully we can at least get to 50. But when you get to like 25 or under, it definitely hurts. But when you have days like this, it makes up for it. So I really do appreciate you guys. And it sounds like we'll get a little bit of snow in Oregon tomorrow and Tuesday, just a little, maybe like a dusting to an inch or 2. And if it happens, I'll be able to take Paisley outside and maybe do some video, and even if just to get her to walk around a little bit. And she's experienced snow a little bit in her short life, but it's kind of funny because I was talking about it too with people and the GF, and I was like, it'd be really cool if we can get some snow for like a day or 2. And I guess the gods were like, okay, well, I guess this is what's going to happen. David in the building, what to do? That's tough. Like I said, great all year. The Chiefs weren't as good as you guys. They had holes on the O-line and the running game and the defense and the secondary. But you guys, the fourth quarter was the killer. Too many mistakes. Kadarius Toney return. The penalty had nothing to do with it. Very tough. And I tried to tell Birdman, Birdman kept doing all these fucking TikToks and shit. And I was like, dude, it's like, trying to be a little extra, and be a little braggy. It's going to come back. I don't know when it's going to come back, but even if you win the Super Bowl this year, at some point, being extra, it's going to come back and bite you. And, and here it is. Now all the braggy and the championship belt and all the masks and the shit talking, now that has to come to an end, and now it's time to take a slice of humble pie and realize that, You know, being braggy doesn't pay off. Being extra doesn't pay off. You know, it just doesn't.
Luckily, Bank of America lets Dad search his choice cashback category, so he earns more on gas.
With a Bank of America customer
Oh, no worries.
card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
Is that what you're eating right now?
That's good.
Oh, you guys will definitely be back. And if it's not next year, the year after. You guys have a lot of guys that will be gone based off money and contract situation. But if you can keep the core, I definitely guarantee that this is not the last time you're going to see Philadelphia there. And I wouldn't be shocked if you guys end up winning a Super Bowl at some point, you know, with the roster that you have. Of course, the Steichen, it looks like you'll be the Colts head coach. There's going to be movement, but it's not like you guys can't rebuild. I mean, hell, if the Chiefs can win with question marks with their O-line, their D-line, their running game, and their secondary, you know, then that should give you hope because you guys had really no weaknesses, just a lack of focus and execution in the second half. You guys had the pieces there, but again, right, when you have three studs, Fletcher Cox, Hassan Reddick, Josh Sweat, combining for 3 tackles, 1 each, you're going to lose. You know, you have to get to the quarterback. And I just can't believe that as great as Hassan Reddick has played all year, that he didn't get to Mahomes once. I mean, he wasn't sacked once. So if you don't sack Mahomes or pick him off, you lose 100% of the time. 100%. You have to get to a sack or a pick, something, and you got neither. It just sucks, man, for Philly fans, but, you know, you'll be back. You'll be back. Yeah, I got I don't have mushroom candy. I got some pre-rolls and stuff, and I got gummies right here, but I got to go to the grocery store. I got to go pick up lunch for my girlfriend's daughter, so that way she can have Lunchables and some chips and some fruit and whatnot. So I know there'll be like some drunk people driving around, but it's only 7:53, so I'm not going to get pulled over. I'm not faded or anything, so.
The age of like 5 years old, I knew I want to be a chef. I watched cartoons. I watched cooking shows. That was my.
Oh, you don't do it no more?
I am gonna be.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
I know everyone has their, you know, the little things that they go to and whatnot. So yes, thank you so much. I mean, like, I know sometimes me and Sarah are just like, gosh, we're just grinding for 4 or 5 hours and we're sitting at like $5, $10, $20. You know, you just want to make sure that it's worth it for the time that's being put in. But again, you just never know who's going to show up and what we're looking at. But what a above and beyond successful stream, especially being where we are dollar wise compared to some of the big boys. You know, they probably made $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 with, you know, 10,000 people, 20,000, 100,000 people watching their thing. But, you know, to be able to, you know, pay bills, pay rent, feel the love from you guys, even with a limited amount of people, it really does mean a lot. I appreciate you guys. And it shows you, you know, if I have less than 20 people typically, and we're already getting numbers like this, can you imagine once we get 50 in the room consistently where we're going to be? 100 in the room, where we're going to be? 1,000 in the room. I mean, I think that we could make, you know, as far as, you know, donos as much as anybody else, person for person, probably more. And then that'll mean that I'll be able to give back more. And that's ultimately what I want to do. So, yeah, Sarah was rocking the Colts shirt. And I guess if I didn't have as many issues with the running game, what I saw against the Bengals, the O-line, the D-line, and the secondary, yeah, maybe I would have picked, you know, the Chiefs. But like I said, I usually with the, you know, my O-line, D-line, defense coaching, play calling, it works every time. This is the first time where it didn't work, you know, but I didn't, I didn't expect a fourth quarter collapse either. So. But you got to congratulate the Kansas City Chiefs. Mahomes, high ankle sprain. I mean, we're talking about the Michael Jordan of this era. You know, whether you can recognize it or not, whether you love him or you hate him, this is the modern day Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, whether you love it or not. And it's a beautiful thing to see. Eagles are frustrated. Eagles are sad, but they will bounce back. Don't act like you're not the Cowboys. You know, it's like, you know, the Rams aren't going to be as good. Tampa's not going to be good. No more Brady, you know, and, you know, Rodgers is older and he might be gone. So, I mean, there's a lot of, it's going to be like Eagles, Niners, you know, Cowboys will be in the mix, but it's going to be like the same 2 or 3 teams. So as long as the Eagles keep it up, you know, they're only going to have to get past the Niners, the Cowboys, and maybe one other team that emerges, maybe if the Vikings get a defense. So I think the Eagles are in a really, really good spot moving forward. So.
Listen, remember everyone, I'm looking for the best dish. Yes, yeah. This is your first presentation of yourself.
This is fun. I do not want to go to that elimination
Too early in the game. Cook your way out of this basement. Mr. Shea.
Making a little breakfast sausage meatball.
Right now it seems a little compartmentalized. I just don't want it to be pasta with meatballs on it. It's got to be one dish together. It has to make sense.
Chefs are so good in the show too.
Larry, I can't believe you got a black cod.
I know, Chef. My first time working with Chef Arrington. I don't want to look like an idiot in front of her.
The thing about black cod,
Okay, Chef.
it takes on a glaze really nicely as well.
Please. Chef Arrington's.
You guys are so good to me. Mike 20, Cyberpunk 222, Odin Sun 6, Mike 20, Mike 8, Mike 20, Mike 20, Mike 20, Sarah 15, Zini Panini 35, plus all the donos here on the channel. Oh yeah. Yeah, Patrick Kenby is the Steph Curry. I would that's a very fair example. I mean, just a game changer. Steph Curry is the modern day, superstar on that side too. Yeah, I totally agree. But yeah, I mean, you can't blame me for going that way. So yeah, tough. There only can be one winner, and we'll see a lot on how Eagle fans talk on Twitter and Instagram and what they discuss tomorrow on TV, but it'll really show you, if the Eagle fans are going to be classy about it or if it's just going to be a fucking toxic riot. And we'll see if the Chiefs fans are going to be humble about it or if they're going to be braggy about it. I'm going to be very interested to see the conversations. And then you're going to get a bunch of the idiots that don't know football that will say it's a conspiracy, scripted, Roger Goodell, and I try to miss myself on those type of things, and it shows you, like, even without a solid defense compared to the NFC teams, you got a guy like Mahomes, but it's also more than just this. I thought the play calling was absolutely superb in the second half. I mean, shit, if I can get on the same page and predict with Reed and Bieniemy, obviously I'm locked in. As soon as Kadarius Toney was in the game and I saw him at the bottom of the screen, I announced it. I knew he was going to score. I knew it. I was like, ooh. I was like, I've seen this play before. And it's like, to see Toney at the bottom, that's not normal. You know what I mean? So you have to be, as a defense, recognize those things. But when you're playing in the moment, they probably don't recognize it as easily as someone like me over the top or other fans that saw that. But I know I'm not the only person. I know other Chief fans were like, ooh. As soon as they saw him in there, they might have not said it, but they thought it. And that was kind of the beginning of the end for the Eagles at that particular point. And then the big return, that was a killer. And then the Sky Moore touchdown, and the rest is history. So, all right, well, we're after the 5-hour mark. We've had a fantastic day. I mean, obviously I could go for hours and hours on end. There's probably going to be people that would want to come through and donate or say hello or, just be here. What do we want to do as far as, hanging out and whatnot? I mean, some people have school and work tomorrow. Some people don't. Like I said, I still need to go to the store. It's still relatively early though. It's only 8:00. So, but of course I know there's going to be like drunks and shit on the road. So I want to make sure I go to the grocery store quickly. And hopefully there's some fucking food left after all the people that went to, do the Super Bowl thing. But what are you guys thinking? Should we end the stream, or do we want to go for a little bit longer? Go for another 22 minutes and then call it at that? Or what do you want to do, Sarah? They're going to be talking about that too. That'll be something that is talked about. All right. Good night, man. No problem. No worries. You do you. Thank you so much for your support. Like I said, we got, most people are going to be taking off, you know what I mean, at that point. So it can be you and me, Sarah, and we can always see if anyone else, kind of shows up, or we can just play it by ear and whatnot. But I mean, we've already had a pretty successful day. I don't think we're going to have like, You know, I doubt it's not like Holly's going to be coming into the stream or anything. You know, she's at the game, probably just living her best life. And especially it was probably scary going, knowing that there was a real chance to lose, you know, that being the underdog and to actually get to go to the Super Bowl and to see them do the unthinkable. I imagine Holly is on cloud 9. She's had a rough time with her job and everything else. So, you know, a little good in her life will do her a lot. So hell of a game, man. Hell of a game. Tough. You know, I thought the defense would play better for you guys. Offensive linemen for the Chiefs are the reason why the game was won. And as the Eagle fans go through the stat sheet and realize that Fletcher Cox, Hassan Reddick, and Josh Sweat combined for 3 total tackles, 1 each, that's why you lost. No sack lunches, no picks. That's why you lost. Bad fourth quarter. That's why you lost. Kadarius Toney with the touchdown and the return. That's why you lost. And that's so uncharacteristic for the Eagles to make those mistakes. You know, it's one thing with the Jalen fumble for the touchdown. You know, that was one of the things, too, that normally doesn't happen. But, I think all of us need to be able to get into the rule book, and I think we need to be able to get some clarification. You know what I mean? Because sometimes they just roll something out there like that, and then we're like, what? You know what I mean? Like some of us are very knowledgeable on the rules, right? And all the different updates with the rules. But even for experts, sometimes we're like, what? So I need clarification on all the breakdown myself before I can talk about it with you, because I need to hear it from Goodell or one of the top referees. I need to hear it myself. I am a little confused about that too. I don't think it's just a thing that they just made up, but it's not a thing that you see that often for sure. No. Goodell isn't in the earpiece right there when the you know they have their rules and everything. It's just sometimes we see certain calls and rules that are very rare. Yeah, no scripts, nothing like that. So. But the legend is growing. Whether you love Mahomes or you hate Mahomes, for sure. 2 wins out of 3 Super Bowls. I mean, he's going to be the guy that's going to, you know, get closer and closer to some of the other GOATs. We just don't know how many Super Bowls they're going to go to after Andy Reid is gone. That's really going to be it. We can talk about these two all the time until the face gets blue, but these two don't get enough credit, you know, for their wins. These two do not get enough credit whatsoever. But, you know, we'll give credit here and whatnot. So, well, I need to take the hard hat off and take this jersey off and whatnot. So let me go do that here real quick. Say hi to Paisley. We'll go for a couple more minutes after that. And then we'll see if anyone else shows up to have their opinion on everything. And then we'll go from there. Kind of suspect, you know what I mean? But they do that every year. Remember when the Packers and Bucks played and then we got the penalty and then we ended up winning? It seems like they always have a very suspect 50-50 call in the fourth quarter, and sometimes that changes the momentum of the game. But even without that call, the Kadarius Toney touchdown, the return to get the Sky Moore touchdown, if those two things don't happen, the Eagles win. So really the defense, you know, did not play good. I mean, that's just the bottom line. This is not an Eagle type of defensive performance. They did not get sacks. They did not get picks, and you lost. And you also gave up a fumble for a touchdown. You know, so all these things on top of a fourth quarter collapse, a very uncharacteristic for the Eagles. They will firm it up, and I do think the Eagles can win a Super Bowl in the future, but it shows you how clean you have to be, and the defense wins championship. You got to get to the fucking quarterback. You got to get picks. You got to get sacks, and if you don't, the other guy is going to fucking just roast you, and unfortunately, that's what happened. So, Patrick Mahomes. Regular season MVP, Super Bowl MVP.
Who are you cooking for? Besides your children?
Children, my mom.
Well, good. We're gonna do it for them, okay?
I am Cavalia. I am from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I am a home cook. When we would go to my grandparents' house for the summer, while my cousins and sisters are playing, I'm in the house with grandma while she's cooking. So I just grew a liking to cooking. I love feeding people. It changes everybody's mood. Anybody who's hungry, I'm there to feed them. I cook for homeless. We give away free food. We pretty much are known in the community as feeders. The 3 words that best describe my cooking: authentic, delicious, so delicious.
These meatballs need to be fantastic.
You do these at home, right? Yes.
And your family loves them?
Yes.
So then we're gonna love them.
8 minutes left to pull it together.
8 minutes. 8 minutes.
Let's go. Let's do this.
What's the plan with the black cod?
I just seasoned it, salt, pepper, garlic powder.
Glaze.
Maybe you said not to.
I did not say not to. I did not say not to. You said bracketed glaze.
Yes, chef. Heard.
I want you to cook your dish. That's all I want from you.
I got you, chef. I gotta believe in myself.
Nobody else can do it but you.
Yeah, baby.
There is so much intensity happening in this kitchen. There are a lot of nerves flying. I want Nori to elevate his dish, right? He has all the heart and passion and the excellence. I know it's in there, but you can tell he's very nervous.
Let's go, let's go, bro. Let's go, chef.
2 minutes. Now it's go time. Is this the plate you're starting with?
Yes.
No. Okay, starting.
Okay.
Quick.
I'm busting out in a sweat. My stomach is bubbling, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't want to be in elimination.
Plate right here so you're not making a mess. Okay?
Walk over here. Let's go, guys. You only have 15 seconds to get your plate on that platform. Let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right. All right, much comfortable now. The hard hat is off. Jersey is off. Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, if you look at his stats, he should have gotten the MVP. I mean, if I would have had my prediction, I had Eagles winning, Hurts with the MVP. 27 for 38, 304 yards, 1 TD, no picks, 15 carries, 70 yards, and 3 TDs, a total of 4. Tough, you know what I mean? To have a quarterback have a legendary game like that and to see the defense that's what's carried them all year kind of fall in their face. I mean, that's what happens when you play Mahomes and Burrow sometimes. It's just you have to realize that 9 times out of 10, the team that's more well-rounded will win. This is the one instance where they didn't play like the Rams and Buccaneers. Their defense was not as good. There's not as many Hall of Fame players on this defense compared to the Bucs and the Rams. That's just the bottom line. You know, you look at the Hall of Fame players that possibly could be on this defense. I mean, how many are there, honestly? You know, and it's just a very shitty performance from Cox, Reddick, and Sweat. 3 tackles total. You know what I mean? For Hassan Reddick, I mean, you got to be more of an impact guy. And then Nick Bolton played great, you know. So congratulations to the Chiefs. And like I said, tough loss for the Eagles. But I think at this point, I mean, I want to be able to stay longer, but I got to be able to, you know, take care of a few things, and I got to go to the store. So I think this is probably a good sign-off point. I would like to stay a little bit longer, but I still got to go to the store and avoid drunk people and make sure that I can get home safe. I got pre-rolls to smoke. You know, I got Paisley to hang out with and whatnot. So what a entertaining fucking Super Bowl. I don't even know what to say. I mean, I just feel so bad. I feel so bad for the Eagles, and I feel a lot of joy for the Chiefs fans. And again, legacy-wise, puts these guys in a whole nother category, and it shows you that they can win without Tyreek, and they changed their whole philosophy, and they didn't even have to wait a year to see what happened. They literally went into the next season and won. You can't write that. I mean, it's just crazy. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. You guys are the best fans on planet Earth. I couldn't ask for a better bunch. Unbelievable. Fucking unfucking believable. I love you, and I appreciate you guys, all the people that donated, Mike and Cyberpunk and Odin's son and Sarah, everyone, Megan. I mean, there's so many people that I could mention that, you know, and the people that did it on the stream as well. Thank you guys so, so much. Appreciate you guys for everything that you do. Sarah, the best mod on planet Earth. We had a great stream for once. It's awesome. So I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. Have a great rest of your night. And we'll be back tomorrow and we'll discuss, Super Bowl and everything, that goes along with it. And then whatever else is going on. I think the Blazers and Lakers are playing tomorrow too. So we'll figure that out. And thank you to everyone that donated, everyone that supported, everyone that chatted, everyone that shared the stream on Twitter. I love and I appreciate you. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. You guys are the best fans on planet Earth. I love you and I appreciate you. And I'm out. Final score, Chiefs 38, Eagles 35, Super Bowl 57 champs. Gang.